and then approval of the minutes. We have LSO help us with a roll call here.
Senator Driscoll. Here. Senator Grew.
Here.
Senator Hicks. Senator Hicks.
He's present.
Here.
Senator Kimsky.
Here.
Senator Rothfuss. Representative Connolly.
Here, and Mr. Chairman, it took me about 20 minutes to get on this morning. I think we lost internet in Laramie overnight, and I assume that Senator Rothfuss will be here as soon as he can get on.
Okay, thank you for that update.
Representative Gray.
Here.
Representative Greer.
Excused.
Excused.
Representative Schwartz.
Here.
Representative Summers.
Here.
Representative Yen.
Here.
Vice Chairman Barlow.
Here.
And Chairman Dockstetter.
Here,
You have a quorum.
thank you. Approval of the April 16th, May 7th meeting minutes. Your
Mr.
motion?
Chairman, I move to approve the April and, I'm sorry, the other date
May
of
7th.
minutes.
Yeah, April 16th, May 7th. Is there a second? There is a second. Senator Guru. Thank you. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. All right, let's jump straight into legislative redistricting. Looks like the chair side of Senate missing. There's Representative Zwanitzer. It's all yours, Chairman Zwanitzer.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Management Council. Thank you for having Chairman Driscoll and I this morning to talk about redistricting and update. Happy to certainly answer any questions, but perhaps I could just start off with a couple-minute overview of where the committee's been. As I think many of you know, we received the census numbers in late August, unofficially, officially about mid-September. And so since that time, we have had, I believe, 7 meetings as a committee, as a redistricting committee, and almost probably about 40 local community or regional meetings, depending on what part of the state you are. So they have all been broadcast. I know many of you have watched the work that our committee has undertaken and submitted thoughts and plans, agreements and disagreements. And so really where we are today, the committee at our earliest meeting agreed to what would be a 60 House, 30 Senate plan. And so we've been operating kind of on the traditional 60-30 the state of Wyoming has had for the past 3 decades. Arizona and Oregon also have a 60-30 legislature. And so as you can, draw the maps out. We've had some ongoing conversation that I think we've solved in regards to the Bighorn Basin. The committee ultimately, after looking at probably 8 different ideas over several meetings, did decide to allow a deviation exception. As many of you know, our committee, one of our guiding principles, both kind of internally and with guidance from national level, the U.S. Supreme Court cases, we're trying to stay within a 5% deviation of that 9614, which would be when you take our statewide population, divide that by 60. And so that deviation of 5% above or below. We have allowed the Bighorn Basin, those 4 counties, plus a portion of Fremont County, to draw 6 House districts, 3 Senate districts. The largest, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, is I think 6.2% below deviation. And so after looking at various options for the Bighorn Basin to go further into Fremont County, go over the park into Teton, over the Bighorns into Sheridan County or Johnson County, the committee has felt best that we are going to submit a plan with a deviation exception for the Bighorn Basin region. Other kind of ongoing issues, to deal with our meeting in Casper next Wednesday. We're continuing to work on the northeast portion of the state. Several of the counties, primarily Weston County, has been to every meeting and continued to ask that they remain whole and do not get split. And so that's been an interesting, I guess, course of action via Campbell County, which under the deviation plan could have 5 full House seats within Campbell County, but that would require Weston County to, divide in some way, shape, or form. And so we've wrestled with that issue now for 2 months. And usually, depending on the meeting, it's gone back and forth between a vote each time. Most other portions of the state, I think, are close to having some, what I would at least say, consensus from the majority of the committee. Our overall outstanding issue, as many of you know, is the gain of population in Laramie County and the loss of population in Washakie, Sublet, Carbon, and Sweetwater. Taking those together, roughly, 6,000 to 7,000 population shift somewhere in those regions from the west and southwest portions of the state over to the eastern portion of the state. And so we've been wrestling with where to move that population, whether that's an 11th seat in Laramie County, whether Laramie County can share that population with Goshen, Platte, or Albany, where the population growth is. And then certainly with a 60-30 plan, our historical pattern of nesting, moving a House seat somewhere from the west to the east causes a ricochet effect on the nesting configuration of our Senate districts. So that's been an ongoing issue that we have not fully resolved yet. Certainly a lot of public comment, a lot of people watching the process to determine what nesting might look like, especially in the Senate. And so I know there are several concerns from senators on what their districts may end up looking like and what counties may have more proportion of a Senate district than, let's say, currently for the past 10 years. So that's a kind of a very large overview. Certainly be happy to turn it over to my co-chairman or answer any questions from the Management Council on our discussions, on our continuing work. As you all know, it's not been the most easy process, and certainly been complaints out there as similar to what redistricting was 10 years ago. But I do think we're pretty close, about 95% done. The outstanding question is still Senate nesting. So with that, I'll take a break and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chairman Swanitzer. A lot of work there, and you did good coverage. Let the record note, Floor Leader Rothfuss is on board now. Glad to have you. Before we move forward, let's go to either Representative Yin or Representative Summers. We've done a lot of work on this. Gentlemen, would you like to offer a comment this morning?
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Summers. I would be happy to listen to Co-Chairman Driscoll first, and then I could offer any comments you'd like.
Fair enough. Is that who you have sitting next to you? I can't tell. All right, go ahead, Co-Chair.
Thank you. I think really a nice job of laying it out by my co-chairman. I don't have a huge amount to add other than we've caught a lot of feedback on the process and the way we've done it. And this reminds me of 10 years ago. And I'd like to reiterate what he said, that we've had 7 meetings and 40 regional meetings on this. And basically, this is as tough a legislative process as we get to come to a consensus on something that actually affects every individual legislator personally, plus all their constituents. And the process continues on. I think we've worked our way through as good as we can. We've got a number of meetings more that we can affect changes that necessarily can go. One of the big issues I see coming in front of us now is whether we should continue with nested districts or go unnested. And if we go to nested districts, it gets really tough to make the thing match in any fashion with the population moves. Unnested districts, potentially you could do something, but that discussion's yet to be had. And I'd like to hear from everybody on the committee their thoughts on rationale up and down. That's kind of a precursor to the next meeting. So with that, I'll stand back for questions and listen to feedback.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Let's go to Representative Summers and Representative Ian, both putting a lot of work into this.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And obviously I have not served on a redistricting before or been in the legislature during a redistricting before. And I guess my fear, Mr. Chairman, is the consequences of this bill with the rest of the work we have to do this session and how, conflicts could bleed over into a whole array of other bills. So I have as much concern about that as anything. I think the committee has worked diligently. I'm not on it, and I've had plans fail in front of them. Probably have another one that might fail in front of them, but I think it's part of the process, and we shouldn't get frustrated, and we should just work the process. So, Mr. Chairman, that's about it. I do think if we can wrap our head around the concept of not having nested House seats within Senate seats, it perhaps can solve some of the imbalances, let's say, in the system. And really the imbalance is how are we going to treat a shrinking rural Wyoming and an increasing urban Wyoming? And how do we do that in the most thoughtful way going forward? That's my thoughts, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Floor Leader. Representative Yin.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. So I think just to follow up on what Senator Driscoll said, there are two maps that are requested for our next meeting, and that is one with nested Senate districts and one without nested Senate districts. And so that'll be the major choice that the committee makes at the next meeting. I think over this several months long process, we've done a lot of work. I think the one thing it's taught me is that I'm slightly jealous of states that have an independent redistricting commission at this point. But I do appreciate all the work that the committee has done. And I think we have a little bit more to go, but I think we will get there in the end. So I look forward to having that discussion on the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Mr. Speaker, do you want to weigh in before we open it up?
No, Mr. President, I think let's have at it. I see hands in the air waving desperately.
Okay. All right. Where did I see that waving hand? Representative Schwartz and then Representative Gray in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and nice to see you all. My only comment is to pick up on something Representative Yin said, and I've been feeling this way through most of the process. I think they've done a commendable job on the committee, but I think in the interim or at some point, we really need to look at creating a commission that's separate from the legislature to do this process and provide alternatives to the legislature to vote on. I think it will be more efficient and I think ultimately more equitable.
I'll follow up with that. Representative Schwartz, what kind of time frame would you see such a commission operating?
The commission itself, I imagine, would be appointed in the year of redistricting and then to go away when the redistricting is complete. In terms of the process of doing this, I mean, somebody can bring a bill this session or we make an interim topic.
Okay, so you're not necessarily speaking of doing it this session then? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's a little too late for that.
Yeah. Well, you'll be surprised what may come out of the woodwork under the too late clause. Okay, Representative Gray and then on to Vice President Hicks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Hicks has had his hand up longer. Could he go first?
Sure, Vice President.
Yeah, Mr. President, I just, not so much a question, but when I hear statements that there's consensus on the committee, and then I look back to the last committee meeting, and I think it was Representative Summers brought an alternative that was a 6-8 vote. I just don't think that meets the definition of consensus by any form or fashion. Certainly not Webster's definition, but anyway, just an observation. I don't know that there is consensus on the committee based on what I've seen on some of the alternatives that have been presented. So just an observation, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So a couple things I've written down. For one, I think this nesting issue, I really lean against it. I think it creates transparency issues. I think there's a myriad of constitutional concerns when you denest. So I wanted to win. I think we need to get consensus around a map and keep the nesting. And I know some might say, well, we were denested for a long time, the state, but I still think there are constitutional concerns that would arise from that. I think one of the deals I've been a little disappointed on, and I understand this is a really challenging topic, and I want to say that and appreciate the work. I know there has been a lot of work, but it seems like there is a move away from having more of a status quo map, statewide map. And I think Representative Summers, in his presentation on the Southwest Wyoming issue, talked a little bit about that at the last meeting. I mean, there are some districts that dropped in population that are not adding on, that are subtracting in one area and then adding more than they need to otherwise in another area. And because they've subtracted and in say the east side or the west side, in another area, they have to increase more than otherwise they need to. And that's something I'm calling churn. And obviously you're going to have some churn because of population changes, but when you have unnecessary churn, that I think is problematic. And frankly, I think as you create sort of a hierarchical map on priorities, you think keeping everything in deviation, geographic issues, as you go through the list, I think one of them, it's a little lower than those two, should be minimizing churn. And I've been a little concerned that this map doesn't do that where we're at right now. I think one of the problems that has led to that has fed into that, is that because some of the bigger issues, there has not yet been agreement. It has been difficult to zone into many regions, especially in certain metro lines, and really have those in-depth conversations because the committee has not had consensus on some of the bigger issues. And I'm hoping as we progress here in the next month that the committee is still open to having those conversations in specifics within regions that are very specific, where sometimes errors were made, miscommunications in the first round of drafting, and really we haven't had a proper time to really have that discussion. I don't think the committee's really had that in their mind to have that full discussion in some of those regions. Some of these lines, it'll be 5-6 blocks, but it matters. It matters to those constituents. It matters to the representatives that have represented those people in minimizing that churn. Obviously, you're going to have some. So that was one other thing I wanted to mention. And I understand this is a difficult topic, but I did want to make those comments and might have some others, but that's what I had written down initially. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Mr. Speaker, you put your hand down. So I'm going to go to Floor Leader Rothfuss.
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Summers.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Representative Gray.
Let's take that before we go to the floor leader. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Representative Gray, I've thought about this Senate nesting thing. Obviously, from a clerk's perspective, I totally understand why you would want to nest House districts, but you said that not nesting may have a constitutional issue with it. And so I'm curious what you thought that constitutional issue is.
Go ahead, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there's a couple things there. I mean, for one, I think the idea of when you denest, right, it's almost like a single house of the legislature approving their own map. Right? And so I know it's going through the other house, but frankly, the Senate's mostly going to look at their map and the House is mostly going to look at their map. And so I think it's a process question, but I also think there's a constitutional question about really having a bicameral consensus on it. And I think it's problematic. I know it's an easy sort of quote unquote compromise. but that's one that was on the top of my head.
Thank you. Representative Summers, follow up. Not hearing that, so we'll go to.
Mr. Chairman, just, offline, if, and Representative Gray, if you see a constitutional issue, let me know, send me an email, cite me the place in the Constitution. I am curious if that's not an option, which our LSO legal staff has told us it is an option. So I'm just curious. If you find something there, let me know, please.
Thank you. Floor Leader Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not necessarily a big fan of denesting, but I am concerned about the idea that there's an assertion that it's unconstitutional. And I was following up on the same question as the majority floor leader up in the House for Representative Gray. I think we need to be very specific, and particularly in a management council meeting that we're streaming to the public. The assertion that something's unconstitutional is something we hear a lot. And then nobody seems to be able to point to any place in a constitution where something looks to be unconstitutional. So I think we can say we don't like denesting. I don't like denesting. To this point, though, I've seen no evidence that it's unconstitutional. I think it's just troublesome and sticky and challenging and confusing. And there are some other adjectives. But so I would follow up and sort of echo the majority leader's question that I think if we're going to say something is unconstitutional in the context of redistricting, let's show up and point to a part of a constitution, whether that's the federal constitution or the state constitution, that we're using to say something's unconstitutional, or let's just say we don't like it, because I think those are two very different things. One, we end up struggling on the floor. The other, we end up in court. And I don't think any of us really wants a lawsuit. So let's be very specific, intentional, and careful when calling something unconstitutional if we don't have direct evidence, court decisions, case law, something that we can point to. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Floor Leader. Let's go to the chairman. Chairman Swanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to add, I believe there are 12 states, some constitution, some by statute, that do require nesting. Then there are another 4 states, including Wyoming, that don't constitutionally or statutorily require nesting, but we engage in nesting, I guess, anyway, without that statutory or constitutional direction. At least we have for the past 3 decades since we've done districting in '92. So, and LSO can correct me or update me on those numbers, but I believe right now there are 16 states that do nesting. I personally am a fan of nesting, at least so much as the Corporations Committee getting a plan to the body. I believe that's kind of our charge, and I don't think I'm ready to do an unnested plan to the legislature, but certainly when the committee comes up with a plan, the committee can overrule me as well as the chairman, and they have on a couple votes already. But I would like to see a plan that is nested at least to get to the full body, and then we can have that conversation. But I don't believe there's any statutory or constitutional language in Wyoming, but we can certainly send the language in other states and their statutes and constitutions because some do require it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's go to Floor Leader Connolly and then to Vice President Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to move off of the nesting issue and go back to Chairman Zwanitzer's kind of original statements about the committee being almost there. And I'd like to bring up one of the issues that's been happening at the last meeting a little bit beforehand. And it is that the committee has accepted that the entire basin region can be out of deviation at below the -5%. For that to happen, it means that other regions of the state need to be above. To me, that's a concern. And it would only work if we all agree, right? We all agree that that's acceptable. Because if it doesn't, if you don't have consensus between and among not only both chambers, but the body, what I see happening is any region that is decreased in their proportional representation will certainly have grounds to make a complaint because of it. And what we saw at the last meeting was Region 2, which is Albany County, which can be wholly contained with 4 reps, 2 senators, as it exists now, all of a sudden became the way to solve the problem of how do we allow the basin to have an increase in the proportional representation, as well as Laramie County having 11 representatives, right? We have to address that kind of issue, but I certainly believe that we need to make sure that there is consensus among all of us if we will accept that one significant region of the state will be out of deviation. And I would encourage the committee to consider that as you go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Would either co-chair like to address the basin question before we go to the vice president?
Mr. Chairman, I will do it briefly, and I've got a couple other as well, is the basin issue, and I hate the consensus term because it's back to dictionaries and what was talked about earlier is, I don't think it's hard to define what consensus is, but I think the committee has accepted that the basin is allowed to go under deviation. We haven't even debated that issue for the last 2 or 3 meetings. We've just accepted that that's going to be the basis of our original plan. The real push back and forth has been around regions 9, 10, and 6 and 7, and we've left the rest kind of alone. So I do believe the committee's reasonably comfortable. That being said, the final vote, and it goes back to, going to answer Representative Gray just a little and ask him a question or two, is, you know, the ultimate deal is the committee comes up with not consensus, but with what was majority vote of what their plan is going forward. And if you don't like it, Representative Gray, what you see in the plan, they always get amended on the floor and get changed, and the bodies do that. And it really is a bicameral proposition, as we debated on both sides and they agree on what it is. I'd like to ask you directly, out of these 60 meetings we had, I'm fairly sure there was some in Trona County. Did you attend those meetings, and did your 5 or 6 blocks that were affected show up and comment? And I'm getting roasted by people that were not being transparent, having enough meetings, and it blows me away. There's been more meetings this time than there was last time, and there's absolute outreach at all of these meetings that anybody can go to. And I think there's probably been more input to redistricting than there's ever been before. And I think it really does lead to tough, because really when it gets down to it, the committee and ultimately the legislature decides what the final map is. And there's always winners and losers. I said that at our first meeting, and no one's going to like what they do. Is each county or each region presented plans they liked, and they don't necessarily fit in the statewide plan. So they got modified throughout the process. And so for me, I'd like to hear from Representative Gray if his people all showed up, or why they aren't calling into the meetings, and why you aren't bringing, and you have brought plans that change it, and you can bring them to the floor. But to claim that you've been fouled, and I hate to say this way publicly, but to claim you've been fouled is just not the case. If you don't like something, Representative Summers, majority floor leader, said he's bringing yet another plan. And I've brought multiple plans for our area. You keep trying, but we have a process to work within, not just saying that the process doesn't work. So, you know, I really don't believe we're going to reach consensus on most anything. We're going to have a majority vote on what the committee wants going forward, and it can be done. Also, a slight kickback on the unnested districts from my co-chairman, because I really do think the way we're setting, from the amount of time I've spent and other people, it's going to be incredibly hard to come up with a nested plan, and nested is not always happened in Wyoming. I know a lot of people around me don't like unnesting, but if we're going to maintain rural areas, I think unnested is going to be one of the ways that we potentially can look at it. I'm not an advocate either way, but I think we got to look at both plans and see what fits within the deviation on it, and see what it actually does before we out of hand either accept or dismiss anything at this point. Because the truth is, one of the really good comments that was made, it would have been nice if we'd have done the Senate districts first and then try, if we're going to nest, and go the other way. I'm open anyway. We've got limited meetings coming up and we're just gonna have to look at all the plans and see what we can come up with. We need to come with something or someone else will do it for us.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, and then Representative Gray, and then Senator Grew.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I want to try to capture a couple of things, and I think, and I agree with the House Minority Floor Leader Conley I'm really concerned about the different standards that are being applied across the state of Wyoming. And if it seems rational for one area, why is it not rational with another? And I haven't necessarily heard the committee provide, or I understand the rationale for the basin, but if I take that rationale and apply it to other places around the state that have same concerns about distances and access and all that stuff, but they weren't considered. So we've set different standards for deviations in different parts of the state. We've also now, with this unseated districts, that was identified by the committee just to look at that, primarily the I-80 corridor, which is a different standard that's being applied in the southern part of the state than the northern part of the state. I think this adds a tremendous amount of confusion, and to bring up something that Representative Majority Floor Leader Summers talked about, I am really concerned at this point in time that we are going to get through this thing and there will be no redistricting plan that passes the legislature. Because while there may be a majority of the committee that has agreed to some plan, I can tell you, at least in certain part of the states, we're quantum leaps away from being able to support the current committee plan. Now, that being said, I agree with the co-chairman Driscoll. We still have a little time here. I think we need to work the process and let it run. You know, the way these things work, this is my second redistricting thing, is I would hope the majority of us could recognize that sometimes that compromise is the best wisdom. While it may not be the best for the individual, it's best for the whole. I'd love to see us get a redistricting plan out here that maybe I don't like, but I could support. And I'd like to continue working on this and moving in that direction. But I think with the different standards between the basin and the unseated districts in one area of the state and the other, it just opens this thing up, even if it was to pass, for just rampant litigation for different standards. And assuming that it doesn't pass, which I think there's a high chance, high probability that's going to happen, I think this thing just throws tremendous confusion into the court system. And quite frankly, if that happens, then my own personal opinion is then we are derelict of our jobs of not creating a reasonable compromise for the state of Wyoming. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Gray, and then Whip Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Definitely wanted to clarify some of my comments. And certainly, like the previous speaker said, I'm trying to be helpful as well, and just kind of go off some of the experience, have some suggestions here. I've been following it. What I meant on transparency, I was referring to denesting there when I said that I think it's unclear when you have a denested map which district you're in, whereas now it's a lot clearer, and it would be a huge change, I think, for our state. So that's what I meant with the transparency thing. I certainly think there have been a lot of public meetings on the corporations committee, but that has not necessarily translated into some of the issues within the region, some of the nitty-gritty issues being really addressed yet, because, and that's what I was trying to bring out, because some of the larger issues, frankly, have dominated a lot of the meetings. I kind of sat on the last two and did present at the first one where we went region by region, but the last two, it was really about the Campbell-Weston issue in the Southwest versus Southeast, and it wasn't appropriate to get nitty-gritty in a map. I did correspond with the chairman on the House side, and they were going to give some time at the next meeting on some of the regions, and I would suggest that maybe they do another region look through, especially ones that have, some of those metro lines. I think talking to people, I think there's some things that in the nitty-gritty that haven't yet been handled. So that was what I was trying to say there. In terms of the region process, I mean, this was one other comment I did not talk about. I don't want to get too much into the, you know, the play-by-play within one region on this. I think it's not, you know, maybe, you know, offline, but, you know, we could, I guess, if someone really wants to hear it. But I think one of the things I had written down was, I think there should be a public meeting with some draft lines. I mean, we had one public meeting in Trona County, but it was before we had draft lines. In fact, one of the big announcements of that meeting was that there were going to be draft lines that at the end of that week. And then we went to that meeting and it was understood that there were going to be revisions off of that, and that you know, there could be little changes that were needed. And you know, I worked with the clerk to work on those, and frankly, the original one was the one that the committee went with originally, when there was this understanding that, yeah, there could be some small things. And I think the clerk understood that and acknowledged that. And so I'm, you know, it's not just that region too. I've heard that there have been really varied processes in some regions. You know, I talked to some people in regions that have had one or two public meetings on the lines, and almost looked at that with some envy, frankly. I think that should be in every region. I know that is not happening in every region. So anyway, happy to talk more about the nitty gritty and the process in region 3 or whatever region we're in. I think it is 3 in the Trona, but yeah, just trying to be helpful. It wasn't meant as I know this is a difficult process. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Grew.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. Speaker and members of the committee. Yeah, I too have watched this very carefully, and I'd like to thank both chairs of the Corporations Committee. You know, they're going through their work, and those, all of us are on committees, and I think we all know that, you know, when we're working interim topics and working draft legislation as this committee's doing, there's going to be votes back and forth, and I look forward to their last meetings. I think there's going to be I don't know if there's an ask coming about extra meetings or not of this body for us to approve, but I guess I look forward to seeing what they come up with, and I hope they'll be able to coalesce and reach some sort of consensus around a plan, and then I know that we'll all get to look at it on the floor. I also though would like to just chime in on the comments that have been made earlier, as I have watched this, and this is no knock on the committee, but you know, they say that two things people shouldn't watch is sausage being made and government at work. Well, redistricting to me is like being in the slaughterhouse, as far as not something you really want to watch, because it is personal. It's tough. It's like was said earlier, it's personal with the legislators being affected, and also personal for their constituents. And so I know how tough it is, and that's why I too would like to lend my voice to at least maybe making an interim topic about turning this over to some sort of commission who can address those very fairness issues that the good senator from Baggs was talking about, and just, you know, maybe having a more holistic look. And maybe, I know in some states they present 2 or 3 plans to the legislature. In some states they just do a plan and drop it, and then elected officials like us decide where we're going to buy a new house to move into a district that got changed or whatever, and have no input at all. I would not like to see that. I'd like to see us have our hand in the process. I also know it's a political process and needs to be considered, and you know, there's a majority party and a minority party, and that needs to be upheld as far as I'm concerned, because someday I hope to be in a majority party. But other than that, I want to see them finish their work and look forward to it, and thank them for the report.
Thank you, Senator Grew.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, well, it's tough to buy a new house out in Senator Grew's and I's area these days. So, all right, let's go to Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I have a question of either the chairman or maybe it's even staff. And I've been thinking about this for some time. I think there's enough contention that it's very likely that, you know, the Senate and the House may not pass the exact same bill. And then you would go to conference committee. My question is how is that handled, or how has it been handled in the past? Because, you know, when you poke on one end, it bulges out on the other. So how do you get that position between each position? Or is it more like an open committee in conference? So that question is to staff probably on what they know about conference committees on maps of redistricting.
Let's come back to staff on that and see if there's anything else for staff before we go to that. Assuming Representative Gray, you left your hand up from the previous time, so. Okay,
Mr. Chairman, I do have one other thing I wanted to say.
okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was on the constitutional issue. I was going to say something on that. I forgot. So, and I'm just saying this is a big change and there could be concerns. And one thing that I thought about was, what if you have to think about what the net deviation is. So if you're decoupling the Senate and House lines, your net deviation could be over 10%, even though your House and Senate individually deviations could be 5 under or 5 over. And so, that's just one of the things I can think of. I think that it's a big change. And so I think, I don't know if that's been looked at in other states and you can track it as it goes through the process, but it really, when you decouple it, it could mean that the net deviation is over 10% for an individual. So an individual within a district. So that's just one thing that I can think of. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll come back to that staff question in just a moment. The speaker, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I do apologize to the committee. My internet is, things are slow in this part of the state as it's cold, like it is many places, I guess. So I may lose my video at time to time. So just a couple of comments. One, consensus means I think most of us, everybody agrees on it. I look back at the 2012 bill and there were several no votes in final passage of that bill. So out of the committee, I hope our expectation is not that they have consensus, and a majority, I believe the way the committee has established their charge is a majority of the Senate and the majority of the House are advancing a plan to the legislature. From there, of course, the legislature, that bill will be drafted and individual legislators can bring amendments. So I don't know that, I think we're using consensus maybe too broadly in this process. This is a legislative process. It's a majority vote. We hope to have a starting point. So my question for the committee chairman, Mr. Chairman, Dockstader, is we have one more meeting, or they have one more scheduled meeting. And to be clear, I think I know redistricting has its own budget and is probably well within that budget still to have more meetings, but that can be confirmed by staff. So they certainly could go forward if they don't have a committee bill ready for sponsorship out of this next meeting. So my question is what do you anticipate? Are you thinking beyond this next meeting, the 12th, is there going to be a subsequent meeting, or is it just one meeting at a time, one issue at a time? And this goes to Representative Gray's point, et cetera, is once you have a statewide map, is there potentially an option for having a final meeting where you can do some of the more nuanced things, such as what Representative Gray has spoken about? I know Chairman Greer, he has some just very nuanced, some changes in the basin that actually clean up lines and assist. He says, I can bring them to the floor, so I'm just asking that one.
Okay, we may have lost you there. We can go with that. Let's, that concept that he's talking about is not a bad idea.
Timeline, hopefully to have a statewide map. And then is there anything, Representative Beaufort? Thank you.
Okay, just
for either chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, just recap your requests there really quick because you broke up.
I guess timeline, we have a meeting next week. Hopefully we get not a consensus bill, a committee bill passed. And then if at that point or a subsequent meeting we have that, is there any thought of having another meeting, final meeting, if you will, to review and take up those kind of nuanced local issues that somebody may want to bring forward? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I have a little institutional history, not anything like Senator Scott, but 10 years ago we did this. We came back around and hit a final meeting just right before we went into the session and did a little cleanup, a little tweaking, and it made things run a lot smoother in the session. So with that, either chair would like to speak to the speaker's questions.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, I'll start. I think all along we've said as soon as we agree on a plan from the committee that we will need one more meeting to give the county clerks time to fine tune lines and make sure their precincts line up, et cetera. So there's always going to be at least one more meeting after our Casper meeting. I'm aware of 3 or 4 legislators who are bringing, I would say, maybe not drastically alternative plans, but significantly alternative plans to the next meeting that could change up things, adding a House seat or taking out 2 House seats or redrawing 5 counties. So I'm probably highly expectant of at least 2 or 3 more meetings throughout January. The difficulty over the winter has been getting everyone in the same room. As you can imagine, on a Zoom meeting, it's really tough to sit and hammer some things out when you can all be around the same table, looking at the same map and reading body language and talking to people. So we have had lots of meetings where half of us were on Zoom, another half in person, and trying to get maps on screens and some people having internet issues. So I think it's nice that we're going to have our next meeting in Casper, allow some people in that community to testify before the corporations committee, but I would expect at least a couple more meetings. And I chose my words carefully when I said consensus an hour ago. I didn't want to use the word compromise. Certainly we're a committee like any other committee, and the committee doesn't always vote the way I want them to vote. And I'm optimistic we will get a majority of both sides. But the situation we're in with the basin redistricting, with a potential House seat moving to the east side of the state, those were votes by 1 or 2 committee members. And I think, as you're all aware, it depends who's on a committee. Especially with redistricting, you can't represent every geographic area of the state and every county. And so some of our decisions, I wouldn't be surprised at all if they get questioned when they come to the floor, because some counties get more representation and plans go a certain way. So we're looking at that. I think we're going to be realistic about what works and what doesn't and what could be amended. And I'm optimistic that there might be some alternatives out there that are easy to plug and play in as an amendment, that if the entire body wants to go a different direction, we certainly can. And I think as a chairman, Senator Driscoll and I are committed to having kind of things, to knowing what the options are. If you don't want the current plan, we'll have some options for different regions, different areas, to kind of have amendments that have passed the county clerks that we could realistically plug in and have those debates on the floor, because it is important to the entire body and the entire state.
Noting the corporation's meeting he's speaking of, that is January 12th in Casper. Thank you. Let me ask the co-chairs, are you planning to take those individual plans that are still in the works on the sidelines in the batter box? You going to bring those into that meeting, or what are you thinking there?
Mr. Chairman, we have always brought in every plan that's come to every meeting. That's one thing I will tell you, is every single meeting we've addressed multiple individual plans, multiple plans from all areas, and unless co-chairman feels different, we've always addressed those. They come up in front of the committee, they're allowed presentations, and they're able to do those. So yes, that's the case. And back to the final plan, I fully agree. There's got to be tweaking done within regions. The truth is, we've left huge amounts of these region plans. That was the direction of the committee from the start, was to allow the regions to kind of do within their regions as they saw fit with lines. So the committee has not dealt with those individual lines, and we'll see tweaking of those that come later. Those have been done with the regional plans, and I do think we'll see a continued tweaking of those lines within regions. Once we've finalized kind of where they lay, there'll be movement within those without a doubt. So that end, I think you'll see happen. And we will address plans. As evidence last time, we brought at least 3 or 4 different plans that were thumbs up, thumbs down last time. We continue to search for what is the best solution for this for both bodies that we can find.
Thank you. Let's go back to Representative Summers, and he had a staff question. I don't know if this is for Josh or Tamara or Ian. Just to recap that, Representative Summers, if you bring that in again, you part of the group nested in road closed Cheyenne. They're back there. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And my question really was, how do you handle maps in a conference committee where you might have a difference of opinion between the House and the Senate? Obviously, it's as you poke one into the map, you pull on the other. So maybe Matt has an answer for that. Thank you.
Matt?
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Representative Summers, the conference committee on a redistricting bill would be handled under your joint rules, just like any bill. That the first conference committee appointed could only either agree to the position of either house or a compromise that lies within the two houses' positions. But a second committee would be a free committee to work outside of those requirements or confinements.
Thank you. Floor Leader Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If Majority Leader had any follow-up on that, I'm on a different topic. I defer to him for any continued.
Floor Leader, you have any follow-up, Representative Summers?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One thing that I have had some concern about, and it was raised in a recent discussion point, which was the original boundaries for the regions, I think are a substantial portion of the reason for the challenges that the committee is facing at this point in time, where the regions will go out and do their hard work, their due diligence. They'll try and come up with something that works within that region to the best of their ability. And then the regions will come back together and it won't fit together. And the reason it won't fit together is because the original regions, as structured and supported early on in the process, were regrettably out of compliance. So you have a foundation that doesn't nest together. And then somehow when everybody comes back together, we're surprised that there's infighting. So I think one of the keys, perhaps from this point forward, to narrow in on a solution is going to be potentially to either revisit those regions in a way where they actually are compliant and get that sorted and then work within the regions, or I guess the denesting and surrender and go out of compliance approach has to somehow be accepted. But there will always be tension and there will always be fighting as long as there are two regions that are fully out of compliance, as well as other regions that in fact don't like the implications of the original regions map. So foundationally, I think that's been a challenge that I've observed throughout attending all of the meetings. And I just wanted to raise that. I don't know if there's a way for us to address that today, but it's certainly something I've seen as being an overwhelming challenge. And then another point with regard to process that has come up to some degree is I have concern that based on the fact that these maps don't really come together and regions have not coalesced around any common concepts except in a few places, and nothing is sacrosanct. There are a lot of maps being drawn, but one of the challenges is most all of those maps are being drawn by LSO staff. And I don't know how challenging this is for LSO staff, but having drawn maps, and I know a few members of the committee have done the work and put the maps together themselves, it's really quite challenging. It takes an awful lot of time. And just saying the words, hey, can you make it this way, sounds very easy when you're asking for that. And then there are going to be countless hours by staff moving small populations, trying to adhere to all of the concepts that the committee has committed to, trying to minimize churn, as Representative Gray has mentioned, being a priority. All of these things come together to occupy staff time. And I'm very concerned that it seems very easy to make a request, but very difficult to fulfill that request. And that's probably causing some challenges for staff that I have concern about. And we haven't visited about that at all, but the idea that we're still just kind of spamming out maps, nobody is necessarily coming together behind them, but we're asking LSO, hey, draw me up these 3 maps. I'm just curious whether anybody would like them. We might want to have a little more, a second behind it, somebody who actually wants that map other than the individual, any random individual that's asking for 5 to 10 hours of work to develop a map, maybe we should have a little more thought going in before making that request. At least that would be a request I would make of folks, to be sensitive about the significant amount of time that goes into developing even one change in a map. So those are my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Yeah, I see. You're saying get some ground support before we jump out there and
That would be great.
put a lot of work into it. It's like my graphic artist. I say, just do this, and they say, you make it
Mr.
sound easy.
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Summers. I might resemble that comment.
Oh, Representative Summers. All right. That's why you're in that little room with all those computers all the time. All right, let's kind of wrap it up here. Any other questions for the co-chairs? Anything else that you'd like to we've heard a few concerns here. We've had some follow-up. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So for staff, I just want to affirm that the committee does have budget latitude to continue work in multiple meetings if needed. And I would like a sense of, just a general sense of, to Senator Rothfuss's point about capacity of staff and availability of some of our key staff as we get closer to the session, particularly Mr. Swank, because I know he's been doing the majority of the map building on behalf of both legislators and the committee. So I don't know if that's for the director, one on the budget, and still the latitude of the committee to continue meetings, and then the second one on staff capacity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Swank will probably want some time off after the session. He's put in a lot of late nights accommodating everybody's requests. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a couple questions. For one, on the 12th meeting, it hasn't been noticed yet. Is there a location? Is there any update on getting that noticed? And then, I'm certainly supportive of continuing to have meetings on this and hashing this out. Has the chairman thought about, if the two co-chairmen thought about, if it's 3 more, are we looking at 3rd week of January, 1st week of February, or have you thought any, I'm just suggesting that as a possibility about the broad outline, while there might not be dates of where we're going, because they have kind of come up a little quick, which is fine. I understand there's a lot going on, but I just want to see if there's a broad outline of how many more and what it would be.
Let's just briefly address this because there will be notice it'll come out. We are working under a compressed schedule. I appreciate everybody doing that. The first one on the 12th, the co-chairs, anything else you'd add to that? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I would quickly say it's difficult to schedule too many meetings because you're never exactly sure what's gonna stick and what's not. And so we've kind of been doing meeting by meeting, and especially scheduling in the winter, internet issues. And I know we've been kind of having rapid fire meetings every week and a half, and we probably need to have 2 more. But it's difficult to plan out too many because you never know kind of which plan is going to grow legs, and then it takes staff, a week to reintegrate. We do now have a statewide plan as of a month ago, and I think that was my motion to at least have something, which nobody, I think, especially cared for, and has gotten a lot of flack. But there is a statewide compilation plan that at least we can work on now, and people are, trying to morph the edges. So probably at least 2 more meetings after the 12th. And I will talk to my co-chairman about maybe trying to set those up in advance now, so members of the public and the committee can attend virtually or in person where they might be.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, let's double check. Anthony, do we have any public comments in the waiting room? Apparently not.
This time, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. All
Mr.
right.
Chairman.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's Matt Obrecht, just to answer some of the speaker's questions.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, the redistricting budget has plenty of money left in it for any meetings that the committee may need as we get closer here. I think you've got northwards of $100,000 left in that redistricting budget. Just to speak to the difficulties that this redistricting has had on staff, it's always a challenge. It could, because it's every 10-year process. And we don't want to grow our staff just for this. So we reassign staff from other divisions. Obviously, Mr. Swank is in the budget and fiscal division, and he's integral to the budget development process and also to advise the Senate when that bill goes to the floor. Mr. Swank has been absent from most of those budget discussions this year because his full focus has had to be on redistricting. He wouldn't probably want me to tell you this, but he also works every single weekend on redistricting and late into the night too, to get these various iterations of plans developed. We have had we've got 4 people with licenses for Maptitude. One person has left LSO recently, though she is still on contract and could conceivably develop plans, but actually there's so much institutional knowledge on plan development right now that resides with Mr. Swank that he's the one that would need every plan we need to go through. And this happened 10 years ago too. I used to write or be able to draw some simple plans, but really it was Matt Sackett that took it to the end. So the longer this drags out in the committee process, the more pressure it'll continue to put our staff and the more it'll affect our budget process as well. And Mr. Chairman, just last comment, and the corporation's chairman are aware of this, but meetings in January in Casper are extremely hard on LSO staff to travel during that time. And also for Mr. Swank, wouldn't have the ability to develop plans during the meeting like he's done at every single meeting over lunch to provide to the committee.
So
had those discussions with the chairman and we're working out solutions to that issue.
So with that in mind, and you've already noted Casper though, could we still bring it back home to Cheyenne, and what would be the management council's thoughts on that? Because you'd have quicker, you'd have your work looked at more expeditiously. You'd have everybody at home, and I know it's a little more travel to Cheyenne, but any thoughts from management council on that?
Mr. Chairman, and maybe just let me tee that up. There are reasons that the corporations committee chairman want the meeting to be in Casper. And they are willing to let staff, to the greatest extent possible, remain in Cheyenne and staff that meeting remotely.
Okay.
So, we're working right now with ways to figure out how to get the meeting, how to set it up in Casper without an LSO presence, if that's possible.
All right.
Chairman, on a broader note, I'd like to do that. I was one of the ones said I was in favor of bringing it back. I'm happy. I think management council in general needs to deal with some of these meetings being able to be staffed remotely, because it's a big expense for not only us, but time-wise for them, and their time's worth more than money at this point. We all know this because we do it ourselves. It's a day travel time getting there and a day coming home on these long meetings. And I think it really puts a heck of a strain on the staff. I for one, I love the remote meetings that we do around, but I think often we need to look at being able to try to staff these out of Cheyenne, because our staff is so thin. And I get it. It's the same way for me. When you come to these meetings a day ahead and a day after, and those are really valuable time for them that they're spending on the road. So I do think it needs to be a future topic of management council, is how we invest a little bit so that they can remotely run these meetings and do them out of their offices in Cheyenne, and still let us have these remote meetings without putting the big stress and the expense on them, because it adds a lot of budget to us as well. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Swank, thank you so much for your weekends. I know this is difficult, but we appreciate all that you do for us and everybody else that's helping you. Anything else before we leave this topic? Co-chairs, any wrap up? All right. Okay, with that, we're moving close to 9:30. We'll just advance into the next topic. Adoption of the 22 budget session calendar. That's calendar is available in your file, your materials folder there for this session. If you don't already have it, it was emailed out earlier. With that, let's transition into that topic and go to Matt Obrecht, Director of LSO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I kind of moved seats so that Don and I could sit at the same table and discuss this with you. In your material, under agenda item 3, it's adoption of the 2022 budget session schedule. We had a couple handouts. One is a list of the dates and action items and deadlines within the proposed 20-day budget session schedule. And the next is a calendar rendering of that schedule with some fairly important bills that are not numbered yet, but that will be considered before the bodies penciled in so that you can see how those bills would go through either house. And so, Mr. Chairman, if I start on the actual calendar itself.
Please do. Does everyone have that up where they can see it? All right, we'll proceed.
And Mr. Chairman, he just left, but I wanted to thank Anthony for putting this together with Don's input. So, Mr. Chairman, under Title 28 statute, the budget session has to start on February 14th, which is the latest date it could start, actually. And on that day, we would expect that the redistricting bill, the legislative budget bill, a CapCon bill, and a bill to appropriate federal ARPA funds would be introduced in both bodies and assigned to committee and move through the process in the first house that first week. Mr. Chairman, week 2 would be the budget week. And just to note, the 21st is actually President's Day, so that's a state holiday. But under this plan, the legislature would meet on President's Day, which historically you have done. That Monday, the 21st, would be the first day of committee of the whole on the budget bill, but also those 4 bills I mentioned earlier would switch over on that day and be introduced to committee in their second house. 22nd would be budget committee of the whole continued. 23rd, budget bill second reading. The 24th would be the historic dead day. No budget, no third reading on the budget, take a day off. That would be, in my view, the day for the second house to take up on committee of the whole, the 4 bills listed: CapCon, ARPA, redistricting, and the feed bill. But Mr. Chairman, just so everyone's aware, that sets up a very busy, long Friday on the 25th, because that'll be your third reading on the budget and then second reading on those 4 bills as well. So then we'd come back on the 28th. Budget bill would pass out of both houses. We'd work on it on the joint conference committee report over the weekend. The JCC on the budget bill could start on Monday, the 28th. It would actually be, Mr. Chairman, third reading on, we just need to move that over one. I think it would probably be third reading on the 28th on the CapCon, ARPA, and redistricting and feed bills. JCCs on those could be appointed on the 1st. If needed, they would have the remainder of the week to work on that. So would the JCC on the budget bill. The 4th is the last date for passage of the joint conference committee reports, if any, on the budget bill and those 4 bills listed. And then, Mr. Chairman, the last week of the session, we've got the last days for bills to report out of committee in the second house on the 7th, last day for committee of the whole in the second house on the 8th, last day for second reading in second house on the 9th. Third reading would be last day of the 10th, and then all JCCs would need to be done on the 11th by 2 p.m. and we have to adjourn by midnight. Mr.
Everybody see this clearly? Two versions of the calendar there. Please continue, Matt.
You bet. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. It's the last thing I wanted to say before I hand it over to Don and Anthony, if they have anything to add, is under historic practice of the executive and legislative branch, 11:59 on Monday, the 7th would be the last day for bills to be sent, signed bills to be sent to the governor for potential veto overrides before the end of the session.
Yes. Questions for Director Albrecht?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, and maybe I'm an optimist, but if we get 4 bills signed on Monday, perhaps some of those get worked in committee even that evening, but surely by Tuesday they could be worked. And it would look to me like those tough bills, those first 4 would be like on the House floor probably, or maybe even the Senate floor on Wednesday. And then you would roll by the end of the week, those things would be, even if they took all day, would be gone.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, they would, the plan would be at the latest to have those out of the first house by Friday, the 18th.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick follow-up on that. And so when I look at on the 21st, you still have all of those bills kind of listed there on that Monday. So it didn't really say second reading or third reading. And I mean, you keep having those bills 24th, I see, and it doesn't, I'm struggling with, the calendar needs to be fixed, I guess is what I'm saying.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, I think what we're just really struggling with there is a lack of space to write. But that the 21st would be introduction in the second house.
Thank you. Hands popped up while I wasn't looking. Let's start with Floor Leader Rothfuss. Move right to left on my screen. Can't hear you. Senator
Thank you,
Rothfuss.
Mr. Chairman. I should have put my hand back down. My apologies. My question was resolved by the last statement.
Thank you, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I've got a couple questions. For one, what was the thought process between on distributing the redistricting and feed bills to the Senate first and the CAFCON and ARPA bills to the House? Was that just sort of just 2 had to go to each, or was there a thought process behind that? Because that's definitely going to play a role in this. And you know, at least on redistricting, I mean, has there been thought about them going through simultaneously, or at least through the House first, or that side of it? Thank you.
The chair is probably on redistricting with Director Albrecht.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, to Representative Gray's question, the feed bill has historically been Senate File 2. So that's why the feed bill is listed there. Those other 2 or the other 3, frankly, are clearly up for debate and are just placeholders. But there is a sense that the bill that comes out of corporations may be more favored by the House than the Senate. And what we are absolutely looking to avoid is a situation where 2 or more redistricting bills are being worked and moved through the different bodies at the same time. What's I'm incredibly concerned about is a situation where we would have joint conference committees appointed to 2 different redistricting bills. And that would mainly just be an incredible burden on staff. So it's an open question on where actually all 4 of those bills could end up.
Thank you. Vice President Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm really worried about having third reading of the budget on a Friday. And especially in light that we're going to do first, second, third reading, you do second and third consecutive, and it's on a Friday. And we have in recent budget sessions tried to give the courtesy to the members of the body after the second reading, at least a weekend to go back and read that, to get their third reading amendments ready, to be able, this is going to be potentially a pretty substantially different budget because of the amount of money that's on the table for potential savings or one-time expenditures and stuff. And I'm a little concerned about trying to cram a second and a third reading into a Thursday and a Friday in light of that. There could be a significant number of amendments. I'd like to get LSO's input on, what kind of strain does that put on their staff, trying to get all those cranked out right after a second reading, after doing amendments going into the next day. And I would like to see if there's a possibility if we can adjust that to do that third reading on the budget on a Monday. But that's my concerns, Mr. Chairman.
Any follow-up, Mr. Obrecht? And then we'll go to Floor Leader Rothfuss. No, let's, already had his hand up, the speaker, and then Floor Leader Rothfuss, but Director Obrecht?
Mr. Chairman, I would just, to Senator Hicks's point, it is actually extremely our preference to have the budget all be handled in 1 week. If we leave it open for a weekend, that's an incredible amount of pressure on staff. And also then you jeopardize the ability to get a joint conference committee report done, a joint conference committee agreed to, and then to the governor in time for a potential veto override. I would say that we probably just need to get in our heads that second week is not going to be a very pleasant week. Second week of session, it's just going to be a lot of work. But
Mr. Vice President, that answer your questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just wonder if there would be an opportunity to move that first reading up and still allow an extra day between the second and the third. So we would start the budget on, say, maybe a Tuesday, second reading or start on a Monday, second reading on a Tuesday, leave Wednesday, come back on a Thursday, or some scenario like that. It's just advance that 1 day and then leave that 1 day between those. If that's a possibility, Director Obrecht, is that something we could look at?
Director?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think Don would probably be better positioned to answer the question.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Management Council, good morning. I think there is a fair bit of flexibility on the front end. For example, you could start committee of the whole on Friday, the 18th. If one of the two chambers or both desired to do the entire introduction on 1 day, that is certainly possible to do entire committee of the whole on Monday, have second reading on Tuesday. I would point out that the Thursday, February 24th, does already include a dead day in there. So there is a down day for the budget incorporated into the schedule. Since I have an opportunity, I would also insert that I believe Management Council has 3 members of the Senate Appropriations Committee. And I want to emphasize Director Obrecht's comment on the volume of work anticipated in that second week of the session, and specifically on the Senate side. And if you're a member of the Senate Appropriations Committee, you will see that the budget is essentially being worked every day except for Thursday, the 24th. In addition, your committee is slated to hear your CAPCON bill, as well as the federal funds ARPA bill, take those to the floor and explain those in that same week too. It is a significant amount of work on that second week.
Thank you. Let's go to the speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think this speaks to the gravity of several of the bills that we have before us. Now, I think we are still on the same page, and there's members of the appropriations committee here, that we will have a budget well in advance of the session, which is a new development in the last couple of years. So we will have a budget that is out there. What moving the budget does into the first week is cut into introductions of personal bills, etc. So I think that's the balance we're trying to understand, is how do we let members do work on behalf of their constituents and still have a productive process for our one, constitutional duties, a state general appropriations bill and redistricting, and then those subsequent other CapCon, et cetera, those other bills that are of importance to many people. So I think that's what we're doing. There are certainly options. And I looked at the calendar this morning and last night again and said, well, we could adjust this, adjust that, adjust this. Certainly redistricting and the budget, those two things, at least in my mind, are our highest priorities. So one of the things we should probably be thinking about is, as management council and within for our respective bodies, is how do we set expectations for the amount of work and the amount of those personal bills and other things that we actually believe we can accomplish and do a good job of as a legislative body. So some of this is practical, but some of it is actually how we do it practically and then manage expectations about the rest. So I have been trying to find that balance where people get their opportunity to bring their personal bills and work on behalf of their constituents, but we also do the most important work before us, which is, in my mind, redistricting and the budget. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Let's do this. We've got 9 minutes. Let's go to Representative Gray and Representative Schwartz.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got a couple more questions here. One is on the number of days available. I was thinking that I was having a conversation with the speaker actually about this, that we had an unprecedented number of days, 26 days, because we used 34 with the January 13th gaveling in. But he reminded me that we had used 6 days on committee work, and there was a feeling that that was going to count rather than that being just considered a separate committee meeting. So I just want to confirm for the purposes of veto overrides, which, if we were to do that following Monday or Tuesday, that we would have to go into special session in LSO's view.
Any comment to that before we go to Representative Schwartz? Okay.
Yep, Mr. Chairman, I guess I could respond to that or try to weigh in on it. Representative Gray is right. Last year, you'll remember, our general session was fairly unique. We came in a day, met almost remotely, gavelled back out that day, took 3 weeks off, held a week of remote committee meetings, 3 or 4 days remote committee meetings, came back in for another virtual session, I think for like 8 days. Then had another round of 3 committee meetings, and then started into the rest of the abbreviated session, kind of a hybrid session in person and remotely after vaccines were available to staff and to legislators. You did meet actually in session a total of only 34 days, but you had standing committee meetings for 6 days. Now we've got a statute that is presumed constitutional and a joint rule of the House and Senate that say, for the purpose of counting the 40 constitutional day limit or the 60 constitutional day limit of sessions in a biennium, only those days in which you're actually gavelled into session will count against that. So that's presumed constitutional, but I can tell you it's never been challenged. We've never had that issue come up before the Wyoming Supreme Court. I don't know how the court would view it. And I would say it's an incredible risk to take. Those last 6 days of the session are where a lot of your constitutional requirements are met, where the bills are signed, where they're sent to the governor, where his veto timing on which to return to you comes into play. It is just my counsel that we remove any possibility that a large portion of the legislation passed this session could be deemed unconstitutional by limiting this budget session to 20 days.
Still have ample time. Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to respond to Speaker Barlow's comments a little bit because he referenced the introduction of personal bills in the first week. And I'm looking at this session, we also have a lot of committee bills that need to be heard, which I prioritize above personal. And then I look at, we have the ARPA bill, which is a bill that is not traditional for us to be hearing in a budget session, obviously. And normally we don't do redistricting in a budget session. So I'm very concerned that it might have value to communicate to the body at large that personal bills, there's a likelihood they won't be heard, because I believe that these named for bills have to be the priority, and beneath that, the committee bills. So I'd be interested to hear the speaker's comments.
Speaker, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly agree with the hierarchy that Representative Schwartz lays out. My point is that managing my own expectations about what bills I bring forward and the rest of the bodies, I think, is going to be part of what we do. The work that Mr. Richards talked about in that second week, which will also be second and third reading of personal bills after introductions, and committee work, et cetera. That's where the crunch comes. I mean, certainly the first week can be a crunch too. To Senator Hicks's point, maybe we load up the first week a little more with budget or some other things. And I think all those things are on there. I'm talking about managing the overall expectation individually, for myself included. But your point is well taken. Committee bills are certainly, a priority in my mind as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments to that? To either Representative Schwartz or Representative Gray? Go back to you, Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. My question is for Dawn, I guess. I had a House member of Appropriations email me about concerns on whether the timeline we have set up, will we have, sufficient, it looks to me like we do, but do we have sufficient time for JCC and then to get any veto overrides we may have?
Don?
How many days of JCC are we outlined here?
Mr. Chairman, in the third week, likely beginning on March 1st and extending no later than March 4th, would be sufficient time for the JCC on the budget. I think a word of caution there, two words. Number one, it is possible that those members of the budget JCC could also be members of the ARP bill JCC and or the capital construction bill JCC. And all three of those would need to be wrapped up essentially by the 4th, and certainly in order for a JCC report to be prepared over the weekend and then voted on that Monday. I would also note that in the last two budget sessions, the bodies have extended those JCC conversations, and they've been afforded the ability to do so because in 2020 you met for 24 days in a budget session. In 2018 you met for 22 days, and it was really even longer than that because that adds an extra weekend there for additional staff work. So those last two biennia, you have extended this. On the bright side, if you look back to 2012, that was a budget session. You did redistricting and you wrapped it all up in 19 days.
Thank you. Over to you, Representative Gray.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one other question on the last day for second and third reading in the House of Origin. I've always thought in the budget session that you could move that back one day. So did you use the same orientation, the same spacing? And what is the reasoning behind that spacing? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, those are the dates that are set out in House and Senate rule for last day for introduction in the budget session.
Thank you. All right, further comment. We're going to be ahead of schedule. Further comment. Representative Gray.
Mr. Chairman, I think he was talking about the introduction deadline. I meant the second and third reading deadline in the House of Origin. Is that laid out in rule? I don't remember.
Clarification, man.
It is.
Yep. Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray. That aren't in rule. They're just practice of the bodies and the efficient management of the of the session.
Thank you. I did see the speaker's hand go up, and then we'll go to the vice president after the speaker. Okay. Vice President Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think we've kind of had a lot of discussions, but we haven't given staff any direction at all. And so in light of that, I'm just going to make a motion and then we can get to the point, hopefully. I would like to make a motion that we have staff look at moving more of the workload, particularly the budget, ARPA, move that up a day or two within the current schedule.
Is there a second to that motion? Is there a second? We have one from Senator Rue. Now with that discussion, Senator Hicks, do you want to add anything to that? Oh, let's go to Floor Leader Office.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I was going to weigh in earlier, but it seemed like this was not necessarily going to come up by motion. In general, in a regular year, I support this motion. I think this is the right choice, and I think moving up into the Friday, for example, committee of the whole first day for the budget, freeing up some time the second week is generally a good idea. Looking at this session, though, with redistricting and with the ARPA and other obligations, the feed bill always comes up, that's no big deal, but the ARPA funds. This year, I don't think we really have the time to do what I consider to be the preferred method that Senator Hicks is laying out. So I'm concerned, and I think I'm going to support the current calendar rather than an expedited version of it or trying to move it up. For that reason, the pressure from redistricting more than anything else. That's my sense of it. Last year, 2 years ago, I would have supported this motion, and I'll support it in 2 years. I think it's a better version of the calendar, but redistricting has me concerned. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Couple of things going on this session, my golly. Let's go straight to Senator Rue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On 4, I too would like to see us, if nothing else, move the budget back to Friday so we can get committee of the whole, get questions fleshed out, get the presentation done, and then give staff then a weekend or give people a chance to formulate, give staff a chance to take a look, where it's going after that first introduction. That's the why on that. As far as the other 2 bills, if someone to bring a friendly to kind of keep those in line, that'd be fine by me. But it was the budget I was most concerned with. Frankly, if I had my druthers, we'd do the budget the first week and hold the bills hostage to make sure we got it done. But I trust the body will be able to understand what we're trying to do and get it done. But on and 4, thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think that, the motion is to give us some options. So I think there are numerous options, and I think they both can be adjusting the budget days. I think there's also some latitude with the second house on those other 4 bills, if you will. There's some latitude you can build in there. The one question I have is, and this is for the appropriators, and I have a couple former recovering house. Well, I have one house appropriator on here and a recovering house appropriator here. Is there a sense that the committee of the whole on the budget can be done in one day, based on this current budget, based on what I understand to be at least to this point, smooth sailing of the work that's been done by the Joint Appropriations Committee. So I guess that's a question. If committee of the whole can be done in one day, then maybe we don't need to move the week. We just need to know we're going to be finished on the Monday. And then that gives a day between first and second, or between committee of the whole and second, and another dead day, I hate that word, but another day off of the budget between second and third. So is there any sense from any of the appropriators that this budget bill may be in such a manner that one day of committee of the whole would be adequate? Thank you.
So I'm going to ask Matt and Dawn to respond to that, but first we're going to go to Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for that question, Mr. Speaker. I actually agree with you. I've been thinking about that that 2 days probably is not required because the budget that has been submitted by the governor is relatively flat with a lot fewer exception requests than I think we're used to seeing. And I think we could, I believe it could be presented in one day. A lot will depend, of course, on the number of questions that come from the body. That's always a variable, but I think that's a fair assumption.
Matt or Don, what might we be missing with these comments from the last two? Anything that you'd like to point out for us?
Mr. Chairman, a couple of items. I think it is possible. There are approximately 650 exception requests from the governor, but it appears that a number of them are non-controversial in nature. Undoubtedly, JAC will have their own amendments as well. Typically, or historically, the consideration of the budget has occurred in 1 week, and part of that is to allow the JAC members to prepare for their presentations over that weekend. Some of them write out texts or prepare for questions from the floor. Last year, in fact, with all of the budget reductions, it seems like both chambers certainly made it through more than half of the budget in one day. I view this budget as actually somewhat simpler potentially than last year's supplemental budget, just in terms of volume of changes. So it is certainly possible that the committee of the whole presentations in one or both bodies could be expedited into one day.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And so a couple, I guess, comments and questions. One, on the motion, I want a very clear motion, and I didn't really hear that. If it's just to move the budget bill committee of the whole day to Friday, that would be, I could understand that. I don't think you could move the other bills any further since we have them on Monday. And this is just some comments of my own. I mean, if we get those bills out of committee the night of the 14th, then you can run third reading on Thursday. But the idea, if we can't get them out of committee on the 14th, then they have to come out on the 15th. If it's morning, fine, we can go through the hoops and get them on the, in committee of the whole. But if we end up in third reading with either one of those bills, to assume that we can do much of the budget, I think would be a mistake. We might get through a piece of the budget. And then I think the question I have for Dawn, so one question will be back to the bringer of the motion, just what is your motion? But then the question to Dawn is, it's a simple budget except for the one-time general fund dollars.
Okay.
And whether we are going to handle the one-time general fund dollars in a separate budget, in the main budget, and if they're in the main budget, then that's kind of like its own separate budget. The 300 series will become a very well-discussed section. So
Okay.
that's kind of my question.
We're going to be working our way back to Vice President Hicks. He's got his mental notepad out. He's going to respond to a lot of this, but first, Floor Leader Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my question actually is a direct follow-up to Majority Floor Leader Summers. I'm curious, and this could either be for Don or current appropriators, what is anticipated for the Section 300s? Because in all honesty, if there are significant changes, if we're moving money into different accounts, or if we're setting up different spending policy or flows, I don't want that discussion happening at 6 o'clock at night because it just happens to be at the end of the budget. So that will honestly inform how I think about this motion.
Okay.
So I can get some clarity. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, we've done it before late at night. It's not always a good time to make decisions. Let's take you all the way back to Senator Hicks. Several responses in there. I don't know if you want to entertain any friendly amendments or if you want to pick your motion, but ultimately I'm going to ask you to repeat your motion, but go ahead, Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, I will, with a friendly suggestion from my colleague from Teton County, amend the motion to move the budget back to start on a Friday. So that would be the motion that's on the floor. So let me answer a couple of questions, and I think you guys have hit right on the crux of what my concerns are. Representative Swartz and Don are correct. This is a very looking traditional budget. It doesn't change a lot, even though there's a lot of exception requests, but it gets right to the point that Representative Conley made. And I don't know that the JAC has come to any resolution yet, whether we're going to put all of this. So we're talking hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars that could potentially show up in the 300 series at the end of the budget. And there is going to be a tremendous number of questions. Now, my preference on JAC, but because we have not had JAC, now the chairman may have had some discussion, but the overall committee, I am not aware that we've taken a position one way or another. My suggestions would be to put a lot of that money in a separate bill and debate that completely separate instead of dishing out $300 or $400 million in the 300 series. My concern is if we don't do it in a separate bill, we're going to end up exactly what the majority floor leader Conley said, is we're going to be there at 6 or 7 o'clock at night, and we're going to be dealing with potentially $300 or $400 million in a 300 series. And there's going to be a tremendous amount of questions as to why you did this and why it's going here. That's my concern. That is my number one concern. And I can't answer the question because JAC has not made a determination that I'm aware of that we're going to do it all in the 300 series yet.
All right. I want to, he just disappeared from the screen, but Senator Kinski lives the life of a JAC member. Let me just make sure that before we go back to your other JAC member and the speaker, Senator Kinski, you live this life. Any comments? We lost you, sir. You got to mute.
I just share the same concerns. There's a lot of money on the table, and whether it's going to be saved, spent, or set aside for another day is going to be a critical issue, and that can be very time consuming. It'd be nice to have that separately considered and knock the budget through.
Thank you. Before we go back to the speaker, let's go to Senator Grew, JAC member.
Thank you, Mr. President. And boy, I tell you what, I'm loath to be against Don on something. I got to tell you, we usually do this in a week, and I get it. My concern, and the reason why I'm on and for the motion still is because that second week we've got filled up with so many other tasks. I love the luxury of having the weekend to prepare, to present the budget, but I don't think it's a luxury we can afford. I think we have to present on Friday so we can allow as much time as possible to have all these other discussions the second week and get the budget through. That was the only reason why, and that's the reason why I'm on it for, is just to give us that extra day. I don't like it, but given all the work that's loaded into that second week, I agree, and I think Representative Conley speaks to it very well. I think we'll be there at midnight talking about some of those issues if we have all that tried to packed into that second week.
That'd be a scary midnight. I sense this Floor Leader Roth is anxious to say something at this point. Go ahead.
Always. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm reconsidering. I think that with the 300 series needing actual discussion while the chamber is cogent, so perhaps not after 6 p.m. I think it's essential that 2 days be taken, and I definitely understand the concerns of starting that a little bit earlier and having the opportunity then to have at least a full day off between for drafting. I still think it will probably cause problems on the front end of having enough time to do redistricting and get personal bills, but the priority of the session is the legislative budget. So, or not the legislative budget, but the budget. Maybe I'm on board. That said, one concern I'll have at this point, though, is I really don't want this to turn into, we heard the budget narrative on Friday, now let's make staff work all weekend on budget amendments for us. Yeah. So that's what will turn out from this motion, unless we add to the motion the staff's not going to draft any budget amendments over the weekend. Your budget amendments
Unless
are
we're
going to be drafted on Monday and Tuesday or whatever the case may be. So thoughts on that? Maybe Vice President Hicks has some thoughts on that.
Well, let's do this before we come back to Vice President Hicks. He's recomposing his motion and we'll be seeking a second again. With that, we need to stay rigid on the concerns of the floor leader just brought up. With that, let's go to the speaker and then to Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think both the House and the Senate Appropriations Committees are meeting with the respective leadership next week and then having a joint meeting as well. I agree wholeheartedly that I would rather the 300 series not be the vehicle for a omnibus general fund one-time expenditure. I think that could actually be a bill much like the ARPA bill that is on the calendar, and that is certainly I'm just going to express it now in this setting, unless somebody makes a compelling argument within the House House Appropriations Committee counter to that. That's certainly my preference. So that bill, in my view, would be started the first day of the first week, and we wouldn't be having 3 o'clock or 6 o'clock or late meetings or discussions on that, unless of course the bodies want to, in conjunction with the budget. So for me, that is what I'd say. That bill should be a separate bill. It should be in that first week and go that process. So I'm in 100% agreement with Senator Hicks, Senator Grew, the two appropriators, about where that potential allocation of funding goes, and it's not in the general appropriations, i.e. budget bill. The second, but I guess that leads me to Senator Rothfuss's point about drafting budgets over the weekend. Look, our staff is drafting budgets as they come in when they're requested. I don't know that it matters if the part of the budget committee of the whole is done on Friday and the second half on Monday. They're still going to be getting requests for budget amendments, etc. I think the question that this brings up is, do we anticipate, this goes back to my first inquiry, do we anticipate the entire budget explanation will be completed on Friday? And I think that is a different question. And if we're trying to maintain symmetry between the two bodies, i.e. calendar symmetry, then I am much more in favor of not taking that risk with one house finishing the budget on Friday and one not, going into Monday, and etc. So I am much more comfortable with confining the budget within the second week and doing the additional general fund one-time appropriation bill, introducing it the first week. Thank you. The other thing I guess I'd point out is there's only 2 bills in this upcoming session that do not require an introductory vote. That is the budget and redistricting. Everything else, every committee bill, every individual bill, the ARPA bill, the CapCon bill, all of that stuff requires a 2/3 vote. So keep that in mind as well. There can be a lot of vetting happen in that first vote. And anyway, just keep that in mind. So I'm going to stick with the second week being the budget, with the caveat that I'm going to personally hope that we get all the other spending type bills associated with general fund or ARPA funds in the process and working the first week and through the first house in the first week. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead. Sorry, I muted for a moment. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I want to, I guess, echo my support for what the speaker said. I've been thinking about the whole one-time general fund spending, and I think it's much more transparent in its own bill, like a CapCon bill. And I don't know exactly where appropriations was leaning on this, but I think because of that and because of the amount of amendments that could come to that thing alone, I think if we get all of that done the first week, I think that's all we will get done. I can't imagine having much time at all. If we have time, so be it. We can bring the the J's or House appropriations or Senate appropriations can come to the floor. If we have time for some committee of the whole on a Friday, so be it. We can get a little of that done, but I think we should just stick with this. I'm going to vote against the motion. I think we should stick with this current plan with the caveat that I think we have to have a separate one-time general fund expenditure bill.
Representative Gray, your hand went back down, assuming that you got your questions answered.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the most part, I did want to say I support the one having that separate bill for the one-time expenditures, not having that section 300. Thank you.
Okay, we're working back now to Senator Hicks. Do you want
So-
to
so
comment
Mr.
on this, revise your amendment? Your thoughts, Mr. Vice President?
Well, I'm going to withdraw my amendment with the caveat. And the caveat is, and I would agree with what Representative Schwartz said earlier, we can knock the budget out in one day. If we do have a separate bill that puts all these other conserved funds in there, I really do think we can probably get that knocked out. My concern is because JAC has not had the discussion that this, but my question would be come back to this group as management council and probably our council as staff. Can we provide that direction now to JAC to say that management council recommends or whatever? And this is a question. Can we just set that policy right now? If that's the case, we just stick with the calendar. That's the question.
Anybody want to respond to that before he revises his message? Go ahead, Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think that's just a motion away. Management Council makes a motion to request that Joint Appropriations Committee prepare that bill. And if anyone needs a motion, I'm happy to make it right now. So
Let's go
move.
back to the original person who made the motion. Let's just wait. Now, you were quick with that, Mr. Speaker. Senator Hicks, are you standing away from your motion now, withdrawing it? Where are you at?
I've withdrawn that motion right now because I think we know where this is going. So if the motion's withdrawn.
Okay, Senator Rothfuss, do you want to make that formal now?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I move to request that Joint Appropriations Committee draft.
Mr. Chairman, just
Go
to
ahead.
interrupt, Mr. Chairman, maybe you ought to let staff just have a quick thought or two. You can't see them, but I think they would like to speak.
You can see that they're anxious in that room, so let's go ahead and go to staff.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, one thing before this motion is made that I think council needs to consider is if you split out the one-time general fund appropriations into its own separate bill, under your own rules, that bill won't go through the mirror bill process. So it'll be an additional bill that needs to work through both bodies, and likely we'll need to take it up in the first house before you take up the budget bill. So it would, that's something to consider is, do you want to consider those one-time appropriations before you consider the rest of the budget bill, or do you want to take them together in total? And that would be as section 300. So just something to consider.
Needs to be considered. Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And a question for Matt. Would it take a 2/3 vote for introduction?
Matt?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Conley, great question. I think under the historic practice of the House and Senate, yes, it would. But in my view, it might not need to. It is a bill for the general operations of government, even if they're just one-time spending. It's my view that likely the feed bill doesn't require an introductory vote either. But that's not how the bodies have handled such bills in the past.
Follow up on that specifically for Director Obrecht. When there were multiple budget bills, when the budget was in several pieces, what was the practice at that point in time? Because that's effectively what this is doing.
Yep, Mr. Chairman, my understanding of the practice at that time when they would split the bill into different agencies would be in different bills, that those didn't require an introductory vote on all of those budget bills at that time.
Okay, let's take it back. Vice President stood down on his motion. Chris, you were getting ready to formulate something, or I mean, Senator Rothfuss. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I still think it's the right thing to do. And going through the standard process and having it tacked on to the ARPA bill and the CAPCON bill, it would basically be a one-time funds expenditure budget bill or something along those lines is an additional one that goes through that process. Seems like a reasonable approach that gets us out of the problems we had earlier. So I will make the motion to create a separate bill. I would further clarify in the motion that we deem it to be a budget bill pursuant to our rules and therefore subject to direct introduction and incorporate those one-time funds in that legislation at request of the Joint Appropriations Committee to draft that bill.
Before I call on a second, everybody clear on that?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
just for complete clarification, would we want to include that not only is it a budget bill, but just for clarification, that it would be a mirror bill introduced in both houses?
Senator Rothfuss, we're going to allow a little discussion here before we go to the second.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I could go either way on that. If we want to use the standard mirror process that we use for budgets, that's okay. I actually don't love that process, but it definitely helps us on time. I'd leave it open to the committee on that.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
just for some clarification, while under the constitutional requirement of a 2/3 introductory vote, this bill, this contemplated bill would likely not require that 2/3 introductory vote. Under your existing joint rule 14-1, for a mirror bill process, it's only a singular bill. That's clear in your rules. You can only have one budget bill go through the mirror bill process at a time.
That answers that question, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, floor leader.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And,
I'm getting to you, Speaker. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I want to go back to a question to Dawn. And so while I like the idea of a separate bill, I also like the idea of appropriations mulling this over and thinking about it. What we don't want to have happen is a one-time general fund bill being the tail that wags the dog that is the budget. So we don't necessarily know exactly how much, they'll come out with a budget and we'll know how much general fund they spend. But in the end, we could create a bill, a one-time bill that spent more money than what's in the other budget. I mean, there's going to have to be a reconciliation between the two bills likely, because you could overspend the one-time bill and it end up being the first bill kind of going through, and then it kind of could possibly wag the dog. So I'm going to ask Don kind of his thoughts, even though I like the idea of a one-time bill. So Don, could you talk about how we would work that if we wanted to?
Go ahead, Don.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I also would concur with the comments from Senator Hicks and other appropriators. The chairman and JAC have not provided any direction on this. So I certainly do not want to get out ahead of them on this. It does seem to me that the Joint Appropriations Committee has requested and will be mulling over the total amount of funds available, including and not limited to their own bills. There are a number of committee bills which are using general funds or one-time general funds or other general funds. And I think the members, just like any year, will need to juggle those interests. And typically in prior years, they often will leave 100 million, 300 million. Sometimes it's a very small amount, $25 million available for all of the other potential bills out there. So I think a lot of that is yet to be determined in terms of juggling all of the potential competing priorities. I think some of the projects that are contemplated, we as staff have recently opined that they are potentially not appropriate for a budget bill because they require statutory authority to implement. creation of an entirely new program or something like that of a sizable amount, whether it's ongoing or one time. So we would have those considerations. On the other hand, there are proposals that have been publicly discussed that are simply a deposit into an existing account. And the legislature has used that mechanism of a Section 300 to deposit money into an existing account on a regular basis.
Thank you. Now, we've done this a little different because it just felt like we needed more discussion. Let's quickly comments from Representative Gray and Representative Schwartz, just quickly. Then I'm going to have Senator Rothfuss restate his motion, looking for a second from the speaker.
Thank
Gray.
you.
Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I just wanted to say, I support separating these out, having a separate bill on the one-time expenditures. I don't think that waiving the 2/3 is the correct move. I think back to the CapCon bill, I think it's very similar thing, and we went down this road on the CapCon bill and decided that it was subject to the introduction rule. I think, frankly, it puts the whole bill in question. And so I would, ask the mover to consider removing that portion of his motion. Thank you.
Representative Schwartz and then Representative Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as I look at this council, I noticed that there is a majority of the Senate Appropriations Committee as members. I am the sole House Appropriations Committee member. So I do need to be a little careful about conclusions I draw. But I'm wondering if we can say we give guidance to appropriations with a recognition that, I mean, we're talking about issues that the committee has not discussed at all, either to my knowledge, separately or as a group. And whether or not we can create a format where the management council can meet again before session starts to approve a potentially revised calendar based on the conversations that the Joint Appropriations Committee will have. Because I think there's going to, just like this is a very interesting conversation and bringing up a lot of new alternatives, I believe JAC is going to do the same thing, and I think they need to have the latitude to do so.
Representative Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think I agree with Representative Gray on the 2/3 rule, and I guess that disagrees with Mr. Obrick. In our House Rule 13.1 and 13.2, it refers to other than the budget bill or a bill to apportion the legislature. And so I think the there makes it very specific to one bill, the General Appropriations Bill, which is also referred in the definitions and Joint Rule in the definitions in the House and Senate Rule 4. So I think overall, if we do split out the one-time appropriations, it does fall under a 2/3 vote.
Okay, thank you. Felt like we needed to gather up some more information. With that, all of that being said, Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Certainly the 2/3 is out. And at this point, I'm a little reticent to make the motion. I do think that going back to the Appropriations Committee, having them contemplate it, and maybe we just ask them to take a look at that. We don't need a motion to do that. So ask them to look at whether we should be separating out that bill. I think it works pretty well for CapCon, realistically. But at the end of the day, CapCon failed a couple of years ago, right?
Yes,
so it it creates some interesting circumstances. So at this point, I appreciate, Mr. President, you providing for that additional conversation, because I think it persuaded me to hold off for now.
Okay, with that, we do have some direction then for staff. As we move to the break here, anybody would like to make a motion? Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to make a motion, but I do want to ask Dawn another question. And I think in the budget bill, and this is even though it could be like a Section 300, when we have like school, the CapCon in there, right? It kind of lines out, you can understand it, right? It's pretty transparent. I think as staff goes forward, and if it ends up And I agree, there's lots of different ways to spend the money. Some's going to require programs. Some the governor may have stood up under a federal dollar program that then we might want to put more money into with general fund, who knows? But as we go forward, I think what I want to relay to staff is we need to figure a format that is most transparent to other legislators and the public on how we're spending that if it's in a 300 series, which cannot sometimes be difficult. But
Matt or Don?
Mr. Chairman, I think Majority Floor Leader Summers' comment is consistent with the direction that we've received from the co-chairman of JAC, in that regardless of the project that you are selecting or considering, we are creating a tally as to which pot these funds are being expended from. Even if that tally is not clear, meaning all of this money is eventually going to be appropriated from the general fund, we're actually identifying which money came from conserved ARPA funds as opposed to revenues that were generated from sales and use taxes or investment income or that sort of thing. So if members want to have that information, we will make that widely available.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So members of the committee, I think that generally at this point in a management council, right before a session, we do adopt a calendar. So Mr. Obrecht, I know we've talked about this a little bit, but maybe we're having a subsequent meeting, but I think that for the public and for our committees and kind of outlining the work, shouldn't we adopt, or Mr. Obrecht, what's your recommendation? Should we have an adoption of the committee as presented with the potential of modifications, or should we wait?
Common sense to have something to formally publish, but with that, Mr. Obrecht?
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Vice Chairman, that would be my recommendation exactly, is that
go ahead.
The committee, from what I understand from the discussion, all motions to amend or off have been withdrawn. Tentatively adopt the calendar as presented to council. We will note on it that the calendar is subject to change before the start of the session, subject to subsequent management council action.
I'll entertain a motion, but first, Representative Gray quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to make a motion, but I don't think I am. Thank you.
Okay. Let's come back to the speaker. Would you like to make a motion to that regard?
Mr. Chairman, I will, and if I lose you, then I apologize. My bandwidth continues to put. So, Mr. Chairman, I move that the Management Council adopt the calendar for the 2022 budget session of the Wyoming Legislature as presented, subject to changes which Management Council may put forth at a later date.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Senator Rothfuss, and also backup from Representative Conley. Discussion, and maybe Senator Hicks, this is your part to discuss what you have your hand up for.
Mr. Chairman, now let's take the vote. I've actually got another motion, and when we get done with this.
Okay, we're on the calendar now with that motion moved and seconded. No further discussion. All those in favor, raise your hand. Hold on, I got one more time. 7 ayes. Those opposed? I show 1. I'll be an aye. 7-1, 8-1. Okay. Let's go back to Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and I'm not going to make a motion, but given the point that our rules would have precluded us to have multiple budget bills, which has been done in the past, I just wonder if we should contemplate changing bill to bills and our rules for the future opportunity if these things come up.
Bill to bills. Don, or not Don, but Matt?
Mr. Chairman, certainly we could get that rule drafted and proposed for the Joint Rules Committee. It would need a 2/3 vote to adopt it, to amend the rules in this budget session.
Okay. Thank you. We'll proceed that way. Does that suffice what you're looking for, Senator Hicks?
Yeah, and I don't know if there's any support from the committee, but I just think it's maybe one of those things we may not want to take it on now, but to bookmark that for something to consider and but prior to the next legislative session.
I see wisdom in your request. Okay.
Yeah,
Senator
Mr.
Rothfuss?
Chairman. And yeah, following up on that, I think that's a great idea. And I do think we should just flag that for incorporation into the next rule set for the next legislature.
Okay. All right, we're moving into break time. Let's double check on public comment. Anthony, anybody there out there?
No, Mr. Chairman, not at this time.
Okay. With nothing further, then we're going to move into break time. It's 10:10. We'll come back in at 10:30. Okay, everybody agreeable to that? 10:30. Thank you, everyone. Just put your screens out, then we know when you're back. Okay, we'll get Senator Hicks, Representative Schwartz back on. I know Senator Kingsley's going to come on here real quick. Matt, can you hear me okay? Matt Obrecht, Director Obrecht, can you hear? Okay, I just, we moved into break. Oh, Mr. Speaker, go ahead. And then Matt Obrecht, I got a question for the whole group to hear. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to be clear, members, as we know, Management Council gives recommendations, but when the gavel drops on the first day of session, it's up to the bodies how we move these bills through. Hopefully the budget bill we can stay in coordination with, because that's a mirror bill, and that's very important. But some of these other bills, we just need to be clear with ourselves that we're going to get to the starting point, and then things can go and get different. Mr. President, the only one thing I'd say, that last item was also, there was just a COVID precautions update from the director. If we could just circle back to that before you proceed, that would be appreciated. Thank you, Mr. President.
Sure, thank you. And yes, the gavel does change things. So, all right, let me, for those listening, we had to readjust the schedule because things weren't going well with roads and everything. So we put together what we thought we needed to have in place with one day of a Zoom session so we could get things moving forward and not hold things up. And so we looked at some of the highlights. I noticed there's a couple of emails saying, what about this or that on the agenda? So those listening in, this is what we have in terms of getting things underway, and then we'll come back and have a second management council meeting later. But difficult day for roads across the state. I was locked in camera for several hours yesterday and then made a dash for home late at night when they opened it shortly, then reclosed it. So, all right, two things. The COVID approach to COVID-19 planning. And then before you do that, Matt, is there anything in this discussion we had on the budget and dealing with that specifically that you think we need a little counsel on that would just help us better understand how we move this into the schedule?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I thought the discussion was good. I thought the place you ended up currently with the calendar and with the plan on the budget bill was good. I would counsel that our sessions and our process is really made for one large budget bill to go through. We've already split off numerous things that used to be in the budget bill because of constitutional concerns that needed to come out. And that's made your sessions more difficult to manage for staff and for legislators. So any other item that would come out of the budget bill into its own bill would put additional stress on you as legislators and on staff, and also the potential for some real reconciliation problems at the end of the session.
Folks, we needed to hear that. Thank you.
And
go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, as to the COVID planning, I just wanted council to, start thinking about with Omicron, and we're certainly not done with the COVID-19 pandemic yet. As we get closer to session, of course, the picture of COVID-19 infections in the state will become clearer, and what precautions may need to be taken at that time will also become known. But something for council to know, staff is considering, we're working on what would be the appropriate responses, working on trying to make sure that we have staffing capacity available if we get a lot of folks that need to be quarantined for any reason.
Understood. COVID gave us a head fake. Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Obrecht, I know a couple of states have already started their legislative sessions. Do you know what, if any, if there are any neighboring states that have started, are doing for COVID precautions?
Matt, have you tracked any of that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Yan, that's a great question, and I don't know, but I will ask my counterpart in Colorado. They started, I think this week, or will start shortly, and I've had conversations with her on various other topics, but I didn't ask her about that.
Thank you.
She's also from Cheyenne originally, so it's kind of.
Okay, let's proceed. Wyoming Manual of Legislative Procedures and Management Council Handbook updates. Matt, Ian, Tamara, Ellen, and Wendy.
And Mr. Chairman, have Tamara Reveley, Legislative Counsel, and Ian Shaw, Legal Division Administrator here. I don't know if the chief clerks are available online or not. But we have, as you know, there are multiple manuals and handbooks that help guide the operation of the Wyoming legislature in addition to the rules of the House and Senate. And those manuals for various reasons need to be updated periodically. The first for council's consideration is the Wyoming Manual of Legislative Procedure. And this manual is different than, say, the legislative handbook or the LSO personnel manual or our travel policies. And then this actually helps guide the proceedings on the floor during the session. Both House and Senate rules reference that after the Constitution and after the rules of the House and Senate, the Wyoming Manual of Legislative Procedure is the next guiding principle, guiding document in how the legislature conducts its sessions and its committee meetings. So we were supposed to update this every 4 years per the terms of the manual. The last time it's been updated was in 2008. So we had some capacity with former director Dave Groover this spring to begin to look at the manual and figure out what areas need to be updated. We also received a direction from the presiding officers and other leadership at the time that the manual should do a better job of enshrining some of the historic practices of the House and Senate in that, so that there is a reference guide to those historic practices when some of the long-serving legislators and long-serving staff members are no longer either part of the body or part of the LSO or part of the session staff. So, Mr. Chairman, the manual before you has many of those historic practices. It also better clarifies what the current practices of the House and Senate are in certain areas. I'll say there's a lot to unpack there, and it is a thorough revision of the manual. While Dave took direction from the presiding officers on where to start, the manual has been further revised by myself extensively, by Ian and Tamara extensively, by Tanya Heitrick, our operations administrator. Don Richards gave his input, and the chief clerks have certainly provided their input on this document that's before you as well. And Mr. Chairman, I would just offer it up to either Tamara or Ian if there's anything else they would want to add at this point in time, or the chief clerks.
So let's go to either Ian, Tamara first, and then to our clerks.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have anything specifically to add. I'm happy to answer any questions though, because I think we're all fairly familiar with the provisions that have been changed.
Okay, Tamara, thoughts?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I would note that we also have fairly substantive technical change throughout the document, as well as updates to rules that have changed. One update that's not throughout here is the new manual of Mason's Manual of Procedures, which could come next interim. I think that's all I had to add. You also do see staff comments throughout. Those are just some notes to memorialize some of our thoughts and some of the former director Groover's thoughts as to why we were making the changes and to give you some context.
All right, we'll come to questions in a moment, folks, but first, Chief Clerk Harding, followed by Chief Clerk Thompson.
I really don't have anything else to add. It was very interesting to go over the new changes, and I hope that there'll be changes that work well for us in the future.
Thank you. Chief Clerk Thompson. Oh, you're muted, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Good morning. Mr. Chairman and committee, it's been a pleasure to go through this. I think the committee has done a really good job. Of particular note, I think there's some historical information in terms of practices that the chambers have undertaken in the last couple of years that make the document even stronger. So I'm hoping that you agree as you read through the changes.
Thank you for that. We'll go to questions now from the council. I see.
Mr.
Spray. Oh, go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman, maybe before you take questions or we take questions from council, I just kind of lay out a roadmap to where I think this document is likely to go. Pursuant to your joint rules, any changes to the manual legislative procedure have to be presented to and then approved by the Joint Rules Committee during session, both the Rules Committee of the House and Senate. And then pursuant to Senate Rule 1-1, any changes to the manual have to actually be approved by the entire Senate. And it would be my recommendation that the House actually itself vote on and approve any changes to the manual as well. The changes only got to you within the last, week to 10 days. I would think that the best way potentially to handle this would be to form a subcommittee of Management Council to meet remotely a few times over the course of the next month and to develop recommendations to present then to the full council and then to the joint meeting of the Senate and House Rules Committee during the first week of session.
Thank you. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Got a couple questions, and I appreciate that recommendation, Mr. Obrecht, and think maybe we should go that direction for all three of these. So I got a couple questions. One is on the 15 extranet approval deal that is kind of enshrined in this. And actually, one of the reasons I went on Management Council is that was one of the things I wanted to change, and was wondering we didn't really handle that at the start, but to me, I mean, I don't know if Mr. Schaub is available, but I thought we had some conversations with him, and it was possible to just be able to send out those requests to everybody. It'd just be a small change in the software. I mean, I personally think that, limiting it to 15, I mean, when they used to mail it, it made sense. On this virtual one, we could just send it to everybody. Has that been thought about? And in that case, I think it could be a potential amendment to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Gather up any more questions? Well, all right, we're taking questions for our director, our legal administrator, our legal counsel, and our chief clerks.
Well, I got a couple more, Mr. Chairman. Or should we do it one at a time?
Let's go ahead and wrap them all up. Go ahead and give us the other two.
Okay. My other question was on this held bill draft section on, I believe, page 65, I think. I'm not familiar with that ever being done yet. I mean, my understanding was if there's a bill you haven't submitted for approval, the way it had worked on the floor is we just get signatures on the bill jacket before we submit it, and it could supplement the extranet. I'm just wondering, one, am I correct in that? Because I never thought there was like a form, there was going to be a formal form. If that's the change, I mean, I'm not necessarily opposed to that, but one, is that something that sort of the subcommittee said would be a new process? And two, is there anything else in this document which was sort of outside of ensconcing something that was tradition, but as a new process? Because I think that held bill section is sort of a new process. Thank you.
Matt, or any of your staff there?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, about the co-sponsor limit first. Yeah, that's not a software issue. You're right. I mean, I think we could make that change easily if that was the direction of council and the bodies. It is, when it's been discussed before, as laid out in the manual, it's more of an efficiency issue, and limiting co-sponsors allows us to get bills numbered faster and to the public in a quicker way without waiting for responses. But it's really up to the bodies what they want to do with the co-sponsor limits and how they want to implement those.
All right.
As to the held bills, what that is, Representative Gray, is, I think to your point, is what we use that for is if someone has not approved it finally over the extranet or wants to come to Cheyenne immediately preceding the session or during the first few days of the session to get more co-sponsor support or for the member's bill, and to take the actual copy of the latest draft of the bill and get physical signatures on that copy. That's what the held bill provision provides.
Further comment? Further comment? Okay. All right. Matt, any of your folks would like to offer comment or follow up? Okay, we'll leave it at that then. Document management report. Lily Sharp.
Mr. Chairman, I think Representative Gray.
Oh, sorry. Your hand's way up in the corner there. Go ahead, Representative Gray.
Mr. Chairman, so just to clarify, I in the past, we've just gotten signatures on the front of the bill, and I just want to understand. So in layman's terms, there's going to be a form that the clerk provides that we just attach to the bill now. Is that the new process? I don't have a problem with that. I just want to understand that held bill section, and then also understand if there's other things in here. I mean, I've gone through it relatively thoroughly, but other things in here that were more than just the current, that were different from the current process. Because I've never heard of a form to supplement if you're going to file the bill in person, which I like to do. I think a lot of people like to do that on the extranet, partly because of the 15-person limit. Are there other things in here that were beyond ensconcing current practice? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, you want to tie into that, or should we go to Matt and crew to respond? You're muted, sir.
Please, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Please allow Matt and staff to respond to that. Thank you.
Okay, please. Okay, Matt.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I had a little bit of a hard time hearing Representative Gray, but I think I got the gist of his.
Fade it out there for a moment.
Well, I think I got the gist of his question, and if I didn't, he can have a follow-up. But no, the changes to this document are really a codification of the current practice of the House and Senate and the LSO in relation to those two bodies and to the committees. And while Representative Gray, while maybe you've never heard the term held bill drafts before, it's a real common practice that we do here, and we might just call it something else, or you may have heard something else.
Mr. Chairman.
It's completely within the process.
Go ahead, floor leader.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And we used to have the green sheet, right? And that's kind of what this is. It just goes back to that, where you'd have a green sheet and you'd get your signatures on it. I guess, Mr. Chairman, I think staff asked for a work group, and I'd be willing to be on that. But if you guys, as presiding officers, the two of you want to select who you want it, that's fine. But I'd be willing to jump in that.
Mr. Speaker, do you want to address that work group situation and then go to anything else you have?
Thank you, Mr. President, Chairman. Yes, I actually do have a motion prepared, and we'll have some discussion, of course, on that motion. I think one thing to keep in mind is part of the part of the value in this process is enshrining some of the institutional practices that we have done so that there is guidance when there are challenges or questions on the floor, whether they come to the chief clerk or they come to staff or they come to presiding officers, which change every 2 years. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, so I would move that a subcommittee of 6 members, 3 from each house, be appointed by the presiding officers respectively to review the presentative amendments to the Wyoming Manual of Legislative Procedures and make recommendations to the Joint Rules Committee during the upcoming budget session.
Do I have a second? Okay, so Representative Conley second, and Representative Schwartz backdrop. Okay, let's have any further discussion. Go ahead, Mr. Speaker Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think there may be a presumption by some on this committee that it'll be all management council members that would be a part of this. And I think, at least from my perspective as a presiding officer, I think it would also be, we should also involve some of our rules committee folks. And there is some crossover, but since this is going to rules committee, and I happen to be on rules committee, and so does the president, but we may want to bring in the vice chairman of rules or some other folks. So a committee of 3 and 3, I did not limit in the motion. I just want to be clear. I did not limit in the motion to just the management council, because I wanted to have the door open as if the motion carries, that a rules committee member, additional rules committee members would be eligible to serve on this as well. So I just want to be clear about that. I did not limit it to just management council, because the rules committee, it's the entire bodies that take this up, not management council itself. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Everyone understand that? We're good. Let's go back to Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just was wondering, Speaker Barlow, in terms of the next item, the legislative handbook, I mean, I think that would fit into that as well. I mean, the management council handbook is probably a little different, but is there a reason why you excluded that from your motion? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I only put the item on that we're discussing in the motion. Certainly the motion could be amended, or that we could have a subsequent motion to do the same thing. I would argue that whether we need the same subcommittee or 2 different subcommittees, I would point out, and I think Representative Gray has taken some time to actually walk through and look through this, just like others have. I'm sure there's some really intricate details in this that will require discussion, both with our chief clerks and with our LSO staff. So I don't think this is a slam dunk that we get done potentially in the next couple of weeks. This may be an ongoing process that goes to the next interim that actually gets introduced in the next legislature for the next legislator to consider. So I don't want to oversell what we're going to get accomplished, because I think there is a lot of considerations in this. I don't think it's just a rubber stamp type approach. At least that's my respective view. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Gray, any follow up on that? Good. Okay, thank you. Still had your hand up, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Matt.
It's Matt. Thanks. And then maybe just to speak to the other 2 handbooks that are before you and why they may be treated differently than the Wyoming Manual of Legislative Procedure, how we proceed with that. As I mentioned, the manual itself will actually need to be adopted by the Joint Rules Committees and then definitely the Senate and likely the House as well. The other 2 handbooks are management council specific documents. So management council itself produces those 2 documents with the assistance of LSO and the chief clerks, and they do not require approval of the bodies. The only reason I brought up either the legislative handbook changes or the management council policy changes was, first, they lay out what the makeup of management council is in both of those handbooks. And obviously that makeup is changing on the 5th day of the session of the 2022 budget session, which is February 19th. So we needed to make those changes already. The changes to the legislative handbook that are before you really just have those changes, and then the changes to the current organizational structure of the Legislative Service Office, which we're out. But there is a number of other changes that need to be made to the legislative handbook based on what changes are adopted to the Wyoming Manual of Legislative Procedure. So I think what we were kind of working under the assumption is that these preliminary changes could be made to the legislative handbook either now or shortly before the start of this session. After the manuals is changed and adopted, we could then further refine the legislative handbook at that point in time. But I don't see any reason why both the subcommittee couldn't take up all three of these documents at the same time. I would just mention on the Management Council handbook, what this document is to give you as members of council an idea of what your duties are, not only statutory duties, but also historic practice duties. So I have made some further modifications to this document that more accurately reflects proposed changes to the LSO personnel manual and also the current practice of the Management Council. Again, I think that document would benefit from further review of a subcommittee as well.
Mr. Speaker, do you want to follow up on any of that? Okay, let's proceed then. We have a motion. I would like the speaker to restate that if you can hear us, Representative Barlow, Speaker Barlow. Matt, we got somebody there taking the minutes on it. Could we get somebody to repeat the motion for us? Oh, go ahead, Representative Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me? Sorry, my internet was a little flaky there for a minute.
Gotcha.
Can you hear me?
You're getting those storms finally on your side of the state?
No, we're not getting storms, but Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to restate the motion at least as closely as I can. I move that a subcommittee of 6 members, 3 from each house, be appointed by the presiding officers to review the presented amendments to the Wyoming Manual of Legislative Procedures and make recommendations to the Joint Rules Committee during the upcoming budget session.
All right, moved and seconded.
That was the motion.
Okay, moved and seconded. We're ready for a vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. Hold them up. 6, 7. No, wait. Hold it one more time, please. I got 6. Those opposed? No opposed, and I'm a vote. I vote. Okay, let's. I couldn't see the folks in the building or in the small room. With that, the motion is passed. Any further comment?
Mr. Chairman, probably what would be in order now is another motion for a subcommittee on the legislative handbook and the Management Council handbook to consider those.
Further motion? Go ahead. Excuse me, too much time on a windy day in Camry yesterday. Let's, Mr. Speaker Barlow, do you have that motion?
I think Senator Rothfuss has his hand up, so if he's ready, go ahead, or I can do so.
Go ahead, Senator Rothfuss. Okay, with that.
No, Mr. Chairman, if we're on the motion, I defer to Speaker Barlow.
Okay, Speaker Barlow, it's all yours.
Matt, would you remind me of the 2 documents?
Yep.
One is
You bet, Mr. Chairman. The 2 documents are the legislative handbook and the Management Council handbook.
Mr. Speaker, that I would move that a subcommittee of 6 members, 3 from each house, be appointed by the respective presiding officers to consider amendments to the legislative and Management Council handbooks and present their recommendations to Management Council at its next meeting.
Is there a second? Second? Right
Second.
there. Okay, well, we're gonna go Senator Grew. He was up. So go ahead. Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Senator Rothfuss, are you wanting to discuss this? Okay, you got a hand up. Okay. All right. No further discussion. All those in favor, raise your hand. Six. Any opposed? No opposed. I'm an aye. Motion is passed. Senator Rothfuss, you waiting to comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is generally about all three, but probably more about the legislative procedure manual. These are concerning to me that we have underlying rules, and I don't know that the chamber really fully understands how they're used. I don't know that any of us really fully understand how they're used or what the implications are. We know our rules. We meticulously vote on even a comma change in our rules. We know that Masons backs those rules and defer to Masons. But when things get into the legislative procedure manual, it's a little disconcerting because you don't know how they got there. We didn't necessarily vote on them. We don't vote on them each time, but we kind of adopt them by reference through the rules. And I have an overarching concern that we're putting too much into it, and then we're expecting legislators to be bound by it. I like the idea of having kind of a this is how we do things approach. And for the Legislative Service Office, for our staff, for the clerks to operate based on this procedural manual, which honestly, that's the time I see it is when Chief Clerk Thompson shows me something in it. That's the only time I ever see the manual. But for us to think of it as another document that's binding us without the same level of scrutiny that we have for the rules is something I'm concerned with. And I see some language in here is just this is how we generally do it. That's all great. But language that we're adding or changing, or language that's in the manual that says thou shalt, and then legislators are somehow bound by a thou shalt that they may or may not have ever read. I mean, I don't even know how many of the legislators have read the entirety of the rules, but at least we go through that. We vote on it meticulously. So I just want to put that concern out there that while I think this is a necessary document, there are good things for it to do, and then there are things that it shouldn't be doing. And if it's substituting for rules, where there are rules that are not in the rules that we're bound by that are also not in Masons, this really shouldn't be doing that. And if it's also codifying tradition, I have a concern for that. I don't think we should be codifying tradition. I think tradition is what we think tradition is. And when we start disagreeing on tradition, it's no longer that tradition. And we've had many times, Mr. President, you'll recall this, where we've effectively changed tradition. That's fine, right? We've gone against tradition. Tradition's binding right up until a majority of the chamber decides it's not binding anymore, and then we go a different direction. The idea that we have an underlying document that tells us what tradition is also disconcerting. So I'll just express a lot of concerns about this, which we haven't had a chance to really look at before, because I don't know that we've done anything with this manual I don't think we have in the time that I've been on management council, which is quite a few years.
Okay, well, we're not going to have the chief clerk show you the manual anymore. So, okay, let's.
It's always useful when she does, though, which is
all right. let's have the speaker address that, and anyone else would like to follow up.
Thank you, Mr. President. And actually, I echo some of the, I guess, broader concerns that Senator Rothfuss brings forth, in that I don't know that we all know the context and know the hierarchy as clearly as we may think we do of rule and tradition, etc. We often get into that on the floor when we have a rules committee meeting, and we try to understand, we don't. So I agree. And that's why I caveated a little.
Lost you, sir. A little drop in internet there. Come back.
Of what in my initial comments about, can we accomplish to some of these very these topics. And I think that I'm certainly willing to initiate it, but I don't know that we get all the way. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Representative Gray.
Yeah, I just like to say, I mean, I think it's one of the things that we get sent when someone's first elected. There was that big binder. I don't know if they do that anymore, but they did in 2016. And I go through it, and you can only learn it when you're there. And I think the intent on this was probably not in line. It probably did, you know, the original intent on drafting this up to just hand to new members. I mean, it may not match how it is in reality, because I think the intent was just to provide a manual for someone once they're elected.
Thank you. Further comment? Staff
Yeah,
want to follow up?
Mr. Chairman, you want to jump in first? You sure? Okay. I just to center Roth's point, you're right that this manual actually doesn't get changed without approval of the Joint Rules Committee and then approval of at least the Senate. Per the terms of of your joint rule and your Senate Rule 1-1. And there's been no changes to the Manual of Legislative Procedures at all since 2008. But that being said, the bodies both agree in Joint Rule 10-1 that this manual governs procedural matters for the legislature not shown elsewhere in the rules and not inconsistent with those found in the Wyoming Constitution. So in our precedents, this manual comes just below the rules in the Constitution and ahead of statute. So it's incredibly an important document. And you have enshrined that, how important it is in your rules. So I would just point that out, that any changes to this are incredibly important and do govern the relations between the bodies and the inner workings of each body.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Floor Leader.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I'm probably, I very much believe in tradition. And I think of all the times in the House when Dan Pauly was kind of there in a session and we'd drag Dan out and we'd kind of force him to talk about what our tradition is and what we've done in the past. And I think to put that down is important. We can change it if we want, but it should be a conscious decision. And to have some of that institutional knowledge when we're losing it at the rate we are, I think it is important. We can decide we don't want to put it in the document and say, hey, we don't want to go there anymore. But I think we should have that conversation about what we do know about our tradition and how we want to move that into this document for the future.
Thank you. Mr. Floor Leader Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, and on that point, we do codify tradition sometimes into a rule. If it's a long enough tradition and we think, well, that should be a rule that's codified. And the idea that we would codify it into the manual saying it is tradition that's where I'm concerned. If we want to put something in a rule, let's make a rule. If we're binding legislators, if we're talking about the legislative process, which tends to be what our staff follows and how we get things done, that's where you need a procedural manual. My concern is where we start making it the rules, where it becomes the other longer, less well-known rules document. And I absolutely concur with Director Obrecht and understand the hierarchy of where it is. But quite frankly, the first time I learned that there was no rule, but we were simply adhering to the legislator procedures, I was surprised that it was not, there was a circumstance where it really was just that. There was nothing in the rules and there was nothing in Mason's, but it was simply something that was in our legislative procedure manual that I don't remember ever really voting on. Now, that said, we are voting by reference. I agree with Director Obrecht, but my concern is burying too many of our rules. And if something is going to be relied on as procedure, as tradition, then you don't semi-codify it. That's the concern I have addressing Representative Summers. If you want to make it a rule, you just make it a rule and you put it in rules. If you want to rely on it as tradition, you leave it as tradition. To have some scribe creating a halfway document that actually does have the power of rules right below rules, where we clarify what we believe tradition to be today, to me, that's where it gets awkward. We shouldn't be codifying in that fashion, in my view. And again, others can disagree, but it seems that creates some strange ambiguity. And does that mean that we can overrule it at that point? Or if we've written it in the procedure manual that we recognize it as tradition, is that now something that we can't overrule in the chamber unilaterally, also one chamber? Or do we have to adhere to it because we wrote that tradition down? And I'll ask the director that. What does it mean? Because we can overrule tradition just by determining that we don't believe it's tradition anymore, as long as it's not codified. But if we codify tradition in the manual, can we simply overrule that?
We have overridden before. So let's have Matt respond to that, and then we're going to need to move on. Lily is waiting, and we want to give her ample time before lunch. Thank you, Mr. Forlater. Legitimate questions. Matt?
Yep, Mr. Chairman, Senator Office. I think that's a really good point that you bring up. What would be the actual significance of putting these this historic practice into this document, this manual of legislative procedure? And this is probably, to your point, why it's a good reason not to put those into rules, because the manual itself, the body just decides on whether they're going to follow the manual or not. Now, it's a guiding document, but the body always ultimately decides on its own procedures through a majority vote. But if you put it in rule, it'd require a 2/3 majority vote to do away with that practice. But I think, to Representative Summers' point, and this is one of our huge discussions we're going to have this afternoon about staffing and the functioning of this legislature. Since the creation of LSO in the 1970s, I'm only the 5th director that this office has seen, and my immediate predecessor only served for 18 months. So the 3 before us had an incredible breadth of institutional knowledge. And then I had the luxury of having my immediate 2 predecessors come back for the first 4 or 5 years of my directorship to help us during those sessions. We are almost at the end of that luxury. And knowing that is one reason that I think the presiding officers wanted this document updated at the time it was. But I would say that too, that the manual is just that. It's a manual of what the procedures have traditionally been, and the bodies by majority vote always retain the ability to decide they're going to do something different.
Thank you. Listen carefully. Director just foreshadowed a very important topic coming up this afternoon. So with that, if there's not any further comment, we're going to move on. Let's bring Lily in. We're going to go to document management report now. And where do we have you, Lily?
Mr. Chairman, can you see me?
There you are. You were down in the corner. All right. Thank you. It's your time now.
Thank you very much. This morning now, well, first, for those that I think most of you know me, but I'm Lily Sharp. And I'm going to talk to you briefly this morning about LSO's need for a document management system, about the work that LSO has undertaken to explore document management systems, and also the next possible step to move forward in obtaining the document management system. And I just want to ask one more time to make sure everybody can hear me.
Yeah, it's a little difficult, but speak right up.
Okay, I'll speak up. First, I want to give you some background about myself. For those of you who don't remember, I worked for the Legislative Service Office for about 5 years as a staff attorney. And then I went on to work as the state court administrator for the Supreme Court. When I retired, or after I retired last year, Director Obrecht asked if I would come on and help LSO as needed part-time. And of course, being such a wonderful office, I jumped at the opportunity to come back and be with you all. And one of the first projects that Director Obrecht asked me to work on is implementing a document management system. The system would be to organize and maintain the massive amounts of records that LSO stores, and the LSO, and it's not just records, but records and information that LSO maintains. As with most governmental agencies nationwide, paper and electronically stored information is siloed in legacy systems and in cardboard boxes throughout our office and throughout our network and even in a warehouse. Over the last 20 years, the amount of electronic records and information that LSO brings in and creates has grown exponentially. I think that if you see in my report on our SharePoint alone, we have over 32 million pages, or the equivalent of 32 million pages of Word documents, of Word pages. It's very onerous now for even seasoned staff, let alone new staff, to find and use this massive amount of information. Moreover, by statute, actually there's several statutes, over 10 statutes that require the legislature to preserve its records. And so what Director Obrecht did in preparation for today's meeting is that he appointed an advisory team to conduct some initial research into document management systems. The document management advisory team is comprised of 9 LSO managers and employees that represent each of the LSO divisions. In your materials, you will have a content management report that was provided to the advisory team. And what it will show is some of the preliminary research we did that we conducted since the beginning of the summer was to interview and research what other legislatures and governmental entities do outside of Wyoming, to interview state agencies to see what sort of document management systems they have. And our interviews included the ETS, Department of Enterprise Technology Services, state archives, the state library, the Game and Fish Department, Department of Corrections, the Office of State Lands and Investments, and the Department of Workforce Services. Each of those entities have document management systems, and they're actually now called content management systems because they manage all forms of documents and information, including paper and electronic. We we reviewed recognized analyses from software research and advisory companies. And in addition, we had 5 demonstrations from some of the leading document management systems. What we found from that initial research first is that the legislature does have a statutory duty to preserve its records. And its records, some of them are confidential, some of them are public, but we still have a responsibility to preserve the ones that are more than transient, which we have many, many of. 2, that other legislators are actually in the same predicament, that they have just overwhelming amounts of information in silo, legacy systems.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead.
Lily, sorry, we can't hear you. Jamie's going to come up and help with your microphone.
Yeah,
So
I think, Lily, I think you got caught up in the microphone budget cuts. so
Okay, hold on, let's see.
You need one of those fancy
Can you
ones
hear
like
better
Lily
now?
Roth has. A little bit, but you're gonna have to be really close to it.
Yeah, Jamie will come. Jamie's headed up right now, Lily.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, to help get the microphone. So maybe if we could just pause for just a minute and we'll get this issue
Well,
addressed.
while he's doing that, are there any comments or questions regarding this? Is there anything that we need to know from the body here?
You know, and Mr. Chairman, maybe I was actually going to tee this off and I didn't.
Let's have you do that while she gets a little tech support.
Sounds good. Sounds good. So, and Lily covered a lot of this already from what I could tell, but we used to have a document management system here called Alchemy. And when I started in 2006, it was already ancient and almost unusable. And we have not replaced that document management system with anything, with anything. We just haven't replaced it. And I remember Wendy Madsen telling me 5-6 years ago, she's like, hey, the next thing we absolutely have to take on after we get the capital done, after we get LMS and our website done, is we've got to get a handle on our document management system. And this was something she was very big on for the functioning of the office that we need to do. And it has become obvious to me that the main requirement of it is knowledge transfer. And as we alluded to in our last section, and we'll talk about more this afternoon, we have got the least amount of institutional knowledge in LSO in the last 20 years. I mean, the least amount of actual experience here. So it is crucial that our staff has the ability to find what LSO has said and what the Attorney General's office has said on issues in the past that are confronted by the legislature. And right now, the only real effective way we have to do that is to somebody calls me or Ian or Tamara and says, hey, do you ever remember a memo on this issue? And then we have to search back in our own minds and what we know about the various document places we store documents to see if we can find those. So within this year, with Lily agreeing to come back, I thought this was right up her alley and for us to make some real headway on getting a document management system in place before this becomes completely and totally unmanageable.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask a question of Matt?
Please do.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And you know, I noticed on your list, there was none of the chief clerks were part of that deal. And yes, I know that there's at times there's cross-pollination there on document management to a degree. And so my question was, why aren't they on that? And then how do those systems interact? I know they're mostly paper, but they're not entirely paper.
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, great question. What this system will do, whatever system we end up deciding to get, the document management system, it will need to handle documents that go through the session process as well. And the chief clerks will become involved in this process. We are very much at the beginning of this. And a lot of what we have done so far that Lily will talk to you further about is educating ourselves on what is out there, what our needs truly are, what systems will work with our partners at state archives and the state library. And we're using all that to help us develop an RFP. When we go into that RFP development process, and what we want the specs of the actual system to look like that we put out in the proposal, we'll work with state agencies that have already gone through this process. We'll work with ETS and their expertise, and we'll certainly include the chief clerks on that as well.
Okay, thank you. Senator Rothfuss and then Vice President Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President and Director and Lily, I think I just encourage consideration of one other path than an RFS. I see an RFS or RFP, excuse me, ending up costing us a lot of money and not giving us a lot of expertise, because it always tends to be very good for the consultants that we hire and very challenging for us thereafter if we want to change a column or a 1 to a 0 anywhere. We're thoroughly billed for it and seldom happy. Another possibility to at least explore, and I know that the price targets for these on an annual basis are pretty significant, so they're taking themselves pretty seriously. Hiring a full-time employee whose job it is to maintain the document management system. In other words, hire an expert internal. That's their gig. That's what they do. And then have them basically set up an open source document management system that we own, we fully implement, and that expert engages. I suspect that will cost substantially less and be significantly better in terms of responsivity and our ability to actually get the things done we want in a timely fashion. I don't know that. I'm just speculating, but I don't know if that was talked through. There are quite a number of open source, public domain document management systems that are exceptional, that are out there. They just take somebody who's expert to run them. So we can either hire a firm to mark up and run those same things for us and be the experts on our behalf for a lot of money, or this is enough money where I don't see why we couldn't simply hire one expert and maybe one assistant and end up saving about half the money with better service. So just contemplate that. That is not necessarily the right outcome, but it is certainly something that I think should be explored instead of just going to RFP, where, gosh, state RFPs, we just end up not having the world's best outcomes. It seems whenever we go to IT and software based RFPs, catastrophe follows.
Correct. Matt or Lily, did we get you back on the air?
I'm just gonna see, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me better?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna let Jamie go. Sorry, I was exposed to COVID, even though I have had my booster and everything, but
lucky.
I didn't want to be close to anybody, so I
And
apologize.
thanks to Jamie as he leaves the room for help.
Yeah, as he runs out really fast. So,
Okay, either one of you, and then we'll go to Representative Gray. On that question.
Mr. Chairman, I think to Senator Rothfuss's second point about considering an in-house employee and open source, I think that's a great point, and we will definitely put that in the matrix of determination as we move forward. As to your first point, I remember it was involved the RFP process, but I can't remember the rest of it.
Mr. Chairman, Director, I mean, that's the key, is just the alternative of looking to hiring an expert and going open source. Most of the companies that you hire would actually use the open source. They would just then kind of close off the the management of it so that they could maintain their little monopoly. So I think you'd probably end up with the same line of products either way. But as long as that goes into the decision matrix, but that's what I'm looking for. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, Senator, great point. And actually, now that I remember, and Lily can discuss this more, we are actually already exploring that very route using our existing SharePoint system, and to see if our current consultant could have the ability to build out the SharePoint or do an add-on to that as a document management system that we would then manage in-house.
Thank you. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just thinking about efficiencies and the efficiency report and making government efficient. I was just wondering, and somewhat addressed in the last comment, but is there something in the archives that LSO could just use and I'm sure turn it on for private or not private based on the privacy of the document, and then we use what currently the state is contracting for. And then a follow-up also, what do you mean by a build out of SharePoint? I mean, what capabilities do we not currently have that because that's currently, I think, the document management system. What capabilities are not there on that angle? Thank you.
Please.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray, both really good questions and issues we have considered and talked about extensively that I'd like Lily to address to start with, and then Jamie Schaub is here as well, and he can speak more to SharePoint and its current capability and where we would like to see it grow to be a true document management system.
Let's move to that point now, unless you had something else because your hand's still up, Representative Gray. Okay, let's move to that point, Lily, now that we got you with a live mic. Go ahead.
Sure. That's a very good question, Mr. Chairman and Representative Gray. So one of the first things that we did do is immediately meet with state archives as well as the state library. And then we also met with other agencies that have document management systems. And those include the Game and Fish did just complete an RFP and has selected a vendor. We also talked to the state library because they have a library document management system. And we talked to the Department of Corrections because they do use the system that State Archives has. We also talked to the Office of State Lands. They have a system, and then the Department of Workforce Services has a different system. So it was a very interesting learning tool, and we are still what the system that the state archives used is it's called Microfocus, and they were one of the entities that we received a demonstration from. And so if we would still anticipate going through a further and a deeper selection process. And also to Mr. Chairman and to Senator Rothfuss's point, we did include or we have looked at least one, and I don't want to name the different entities or vendors that we've looked at, but one of them is an open source one. So that is clear. That will definitely be part of our research, is whether or not the system that State Archives has, whether or not it would meet our needs, and then the cost of it as compared to other systems that may or may not meet our needs to a higher extent. Again, comparing the cost of all of these systems out there. There is a one of the, and some of you may be familiar with this, but one of the advisory entities that are well recognized is called the Gartner Magic Quadrant. And so we've looked at there's about over 200 document management systems now on the market. And so in the research that we did talk to other agencies and other states. Oregon is a very interesting state where their state archives does have an enterprise management system, and they have about 750, I believe, different entities using that system. And so that's the same system that our state archives uses. So we've looked at it and we'll continue to look at it and compare it to these other vendors.
Thank you. Matt, anything to add to that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, no, not for me, but Jamie's going to add about what our current SharePoint system can do and what it was built to do.
Jamie.
Thank you, Mr. President. So as you all are aware, we've been using SharePoint now for probably 7 or 8 years or so, and we've built it out where you all even do your sponsor approvals through the members app out there that's tied to our drafting system. Those are the two main modules, if you will, that we have built out. There are still things that we're trying to do within SharePoint. We have all the legislation and like documents within the bill drafting process in SharePoint. We also have, through the interim committee system, that we have all these meeting materials that are generated for all the interim meetings out within SharePoint. We've recently, and then also the members app where you're able to view the bill drafts and fiscal notes. And if there's like a legal memo or something like that, you'd be able to view it. for SharePoint to work for a full document management system, we have to continue building that out to the other applications or business processes within the office, for building out for research. When there's a research request, whether it's like a legal memo or whatever, if there's a request of budget fiscal for them to do work, all of those right now are being outside of SharePoint. So SharePoint at this point in time can do a lot of the things, but we are only using it in like 3 or 4 different areas, even though they are major areas within the office. We have to build it out for the other processes as well.
Thank you. Further questions?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question to Jamie.
Okay, let's go to Floor Leader Summers and then Representative Yin and then Representative Schwartz.
So, Mr. Chairman, I guess my question on the SharePoint piece is we'd have to build it out. Is that LSO would have to build it out? Is that the entity that's behind SharePoint? Would they have to build it out? I guess that's my question. And then just a subsequent question to this whole process, and I'll just throw it in here now. Have you, I mean, there's also an RFI process, right? Where you go out for a request for information to see what the world is out there. And so have you done that, or are you just kind of relying on Ms. Sharp to kind of be your gatherer, your herder?
Response before we move on to others? Mr. Chairman, I'll address the second part and then Jamie can talk about SharePoint again. A lot of entities actually hire a consultant to begin with to move along on this process. And in a sense, we did too with Lily, but what we have also done and what Lily has set up is we have had now 5 or 6 different demonstrations of different products. And as a group, we've spent 12 hours so far together on those demonstrations. And we're using that plus the knowledge garnered from other state agencies to help inform us on what our next step will be on.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, as for the question about building out SharePoint, when I make that comment, it's related to development process. We already own all the licenses for SharePoint through the Office 365 subscription we have. We would just be doing some custom things similar to kind of what we've already done before, or we've done right now, where we'll get a bill draft request in and it creates a workflow for drafting a bill. You would kind of do a similar type process if you get like a research request in, and you'd be building out those workflow processes and then have them stored within a SharePoint library. And then start utilizing the record center within SharePoint of archival, that sort of thing. One of the big things with some of the document management systems, though, is their search capabilities are a little bit different than SharePoint, and they definitely are in that space to find documents and that sort of thing. When you do it like a search within SharePoint, you're kind of like searching like what you would see like on Google, where you're getting like kind of a web page and that sort of thing. It's like kind of a different type of search. Not that you can't find it, but it's built in a little bit different capacity. SharePoint is able to work as a document management system, but a lot of the build outs and things that I've seen within SharePoint are like in collaboration and that sort of type of thing. But they do have the records management capability as well. Mr. Chairman, just a quick follow-up. So is SharePoint then as a document management, or just your take, is it more clunky maybe than some of these other systems that are designed specifically for document management? Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, my take on SharePoint is that when you're building these different modules, you're kind of building them in different SharePoint sites, and you're going to want to have that search go across different sites. There would be some coding along that type of way where you'd want to like set up priorities and that sort of thing. I think within some of the document management systems out there, they've already done a lot of that work. Not that we can't do it either, but you're going to be doing some custom development side on that. The advantage of the SharePoint on the back end is kind of what Senator Rothfuss mentioned too before, is you're not going to have ongoing licensing fees and that sort of thing, since we already have the licenses. So it's more of an ongoing type of expense, whether upfront if you want to buy a product or if you want to spend that same amount of money in development. On the back end, you're not getting in the licensing space as what you would with these other products. And Mr. Chairman, just a quick note on that. You know, that was my pet peeve in appropriations, was the licenses. Ms. Sharp can attest to that after all my time on appropriations. But I agree. I think if we can find a way to make a system work where we're not bound by escalating 6 to 10% escalating fees a year, yearly fees, would be better off if we can do what we want, right? That's the question. Can we do what we want? Thank you.
Representative Yin, you've been waiting.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Jamie, I guess I'm just looking for some historical context on our existing SharePoint workflows. And did we hire someone outside to do that? How do we maintain the current one if we wanted to make changes, et cetera? Is that your responsibility, or are there other people that we had to do that work? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead and respond.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Yin, we hired some consultants at the very beginning of the project that were SharePoint experts, and they helped with the development of it. We've had one consultant on an ongoing basis since the very beginning, has helped us with mentoring and getting our development staff up to speed on it. Our group is getting a lot better at being able to do it where we might not need an outside consultant, but the speed of the development is a huge difference, if you will, from hiring a consultant, because that's what they can focus on. We have a small IT staff here at LSO, and there's a lot of times we'll get pulled off on different types of projects. We could have that project underway where we do development. They're not as experienced as well, so they could be working on it. It's like a little bit different type of pace, but at the same point in time, if something else happens in the office, they get pulled off on it. So it's not like you're 100% focused. So it is, the development time definitely is slower with us doing it.
Okay. Representative Schwartz, you've been patiently waiting as well. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll start by saying my internet connection is unstable. I've missed some of this conversation. But in general, I'm pretty comfortable with what I'm hearing. But it reminds me of a conversation we've been having in Jay's. I've been pretty insistent that the agencies work with ETS to at least get advice and coordination throughout. And I see it in the document, but I haven't heard any reference to their participation. So I'd be interested to get a response to.
Who would like to respond to that? Go ahead, Lily.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Representative Schwartz. So what we did is we did contact ETS. Actually, was one of our first entities that we contacted, and they were incredibly helpful. What they told us is that they do not currently offer an enterprise-wide document management system, but what they do is that they provide agencies and would also provide LSO assistance with writing an RFP. And you may not have heard me say this, but they recently assisted the Game and Fish to write actually a pretty major RFP that I think if we were to move forward, we would use a lot of the language out of that RFP for a document management system. And then once we get closer to selecting a vendor or a system, then ETS would conduct architecture, security, and data reviews of the system. And when I discussed with them why they don't have a enterprise-wide document management system, is basically what they said, and it was confirmed by my conversations with the Office of State Lands and Workforce Services and Game and Fish, is that first, each agency, especially the really major ones or large agencies, they have different requirements. They might have legislative, state requirements, federal requirements, and then they also have different process requirements. So it would be very difficult in this situation to have a one-size-fits-all document management system for all state entities. But still, we will absolutely look at the system that, and we have already looked at it, but we'll continue to look at the system that State Archives uses to see if it would be malleable enough for the legislature to use. And what I didn't explain is that what this actually involves is and what other state, as you all know, other state legislatures actually have legislative libraries, entire libraries and staff to maintain their legislative records. We have 50 years of records. Some of them are at State Archives, but finding those records is not easy. You still have to go by decade to find them, or you have to know the date. It's not easy to locate at all. So it's not easy for the public to locate. It's not easy for us to locate. And I'm not saying that the State Archives is not doing a great job. They are. But these new systems are so robust that it's like it's like searching on Google, only very, very much more powerful. So you can actually, so each attorney here is used to searching on Westlaw or Lexis. And these new systems have sort of the same sort of Boolean search. So you just type in the name of the legislator or the topic, eminent domain, and a few other words, and you can then, it will bring up documents, but in a hierarchical nature. And so what the process involves is actually, I think we would have to work some way or another with a vendor or consultant to help us create the hierarchy, to create the rules, and in effect to create an index and a library for all of these 50 years of records. And then what you do is you follow that record from birth to death. And so death means, so death means that the State Archives can get rid of it and can completely get rid of the record and destroy it. But many, just because of the nature of the legislature, many of our records you will never want to destroy. A good example is Don Richards said that he had been asked to find 2 reports back to the 1970s and 60s. And it was like pulling teeth to find those reports. So what this project is really a project for you all and for us to preserve those records that will be forever important for us. And then to also, one other thing we have to determine is we have so many records on SharePoint that face towards the public. But the question is do we want to maintain those public facing records for the next 100 years? Or so there's just a lot of rules and governance that has to be set up and rules that have to be created. And again, this is not new to us. Every legislature that I spoke with and every governmental entity in Wyoming and outside of Wyoming is faced with the exact same predicament right now and moving towards mechanisms for maintaining these huge amounts of information, especially that we have acquired in the last 20 years since governmental entities have become so electronically driven. And so, sorry, go ahead.
I was just wondering, Matt, is this an
Thank
appropriations
you,
matter?
Lily.
Let's just really quick, is this an appropriations matter in there that we're leading up to, or what do we have here?
And Mr. Chairman, maybe I'll just jump in real quick with that. That part of this discussion will be continued in executive session, just to discuss pricing and what we're going to budget for, just not to tip our hand to any put us at a competitive disadvantage in any procurement process.
Understood. And I walked over you, Representative Schwartz. You had a follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to thank Lily for that answer. It was very informative and more than.
Thank you. I'm worried that we got internet connection problems in Jackson Hole, Representative Schwartz. We'll see if we can get you connected to something a little higher speed. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to make a comment, and then I had two questions. One is that just wanted to communicate, I know it's an appropriations committee matter. I really think we should try to move towards these sort of systems, having one system for the state and having each agency need to go into that system. I know it's very difficult to roll that back. Each agency on a rolling basis is establishing these systems, but this is really expensive. And so that's my one comment. But on the questions, I guess on the SharePoint. So, I think the document kind of brings this out. Is the problem with the SharePoint that LSO just isn't, the search function isn't really very good? Because I obviously that's the hugely preferable, option. I think other than maybe needing to hire someone to do it. The license fees are there and you just upload all the documents to get everything up on there. You're going to have a lot of documents no matter what. I know that the research memo, said how much data it's is currently in there, but no matter what, whatever system you have is the amount, it's going to be a lot of data. So is it mainly a searchable, is it the search function that is the problem with SharePoint? And then the second question, since Jamie's here, Mr. Schaub's here, on SharePoint, it's kind of on the last thing too, but I think it fits into this. Would changing the extranet 15 sponsorship to just everyone, would that just be a small change that could be done, very quickly, so that someone could ask for co-sponsorships to everyone in both bodies? Thank you.
Jamie, you want to take that?
Well, Mr. Chairman, maybe if Lily could just answer the first part about SharePoint and what its functionality is that what the other document management systems we've reviewed, the functionality they have that isn't present currently in SharePoint. Not saying that we might not be able to build that functionality there, but what a current document or other document management systems offer that SharePoint doesn't? And then Jamie can talk about the co-sponsored question.
Thank you. Go ahead, Lily.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray, so SharePoint wasn't actually built to be a document management system. It holds documents, but as Jamie mentioned before, it's more of a collaboration system. In order to make it into a document management system, you do have to have a developer to build it out. And then you have to create your own search function. And so basically what happens with the, for example, the five vendors that we looked at, and we are going to look at a SharePoint demonstration next week, just so you know, and look at this record center built out. But these other companies, what they have done is since most of them started in about between 1970 and 1990, and what they sell is a search function, and how it searches how each system, and they're actually platforms, search is different, and the algorithms that they use to search are different. But a lot of what you are purchasing is these systems, this software that can search in all different manners. Some of them can actually go in and search your SharePoint, search your F drives. That's called a federated search. Others, you put all of your documents, for example, state lands, what they have is a vendor called Salesforce that they acquired in 2009. And they put all of their documents in Salesforce. Then they had to actually write a new language so that instead of using legal descriptions, you use units. And so now they have all the units of every piece of land in the Wyoming in their system. So, and then the search function in their Salesforce actually goes out and can look into all these different areas. So to build SharePoint, to make it that robust would be very expensive. And I don't mean to denigrate SharePoint, but it would be very, very expensive. And also you have to always update that. So you would need somebody, as Senator Rothfuss says, you would need somebody on staff who is a SharePoint expert, who is always administering SharePoint. And so what I actually did in the very first thing to start with is to talk to everybody I knew that I had learned, because of the last 6 years working with the Supreme Court and moving them towards electronic courts. You meet a lot of people who have had a lot of interaction with SharePoint, and I believe that it was I forget which if it was Representative Yin, or actually it was Representative Summers that said SharePoint is clunky. That's its problem. It is clunky. It's not that you can't do it. If you have a lot of money and a big staff, you can use SharePoint and build it out and build your own search functions. But it would be very costly.
Thank you. Jamie, we needed a follow-up from you. No?
I think Lily answered that correctly, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, very good. We have one more and then we're going to take it.
Oh, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Representative Gray had a second part of that question about co-sponsor approvals.
Right.
I guess the easiest way to say that is there's no technical issue with doing co-sponsor approvals to more than 15 of what the limit is now. It's more of a process issue. And we're able to set that limit to whatever the members want us to do that.
Thank you. Okay, let's take Representative Yin and then take it into the lunch break.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So a quick question for Lily. I noticed that the open source solution that you guys had put on the list of considerations wasn't necessarily considered for demonstration. And I was wondering, as an alternative to SharePoint and hiring someone to do SharePoint program, do you think that hiring someone full-time to manage an open source solution would be a reasonable decision for you guys to consider? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Response?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, absolutely. I think that it would definitely be something to consider. And if the next steps, if you choose to accept this mission, the next steps would be for us to issue an RFP. And again, when we issued the RFP with the state courts for our electronic filing system, Senator Rothfuss, we tried to do it in not quite a in a method that wasn't extremely rigid, that we weren't stuck to. We did find it's very difficult to tabulate. So there's some things that you want that you can't actually put numbers to. So we were careful in how we issued the RFP, that we still had latitude to each of us or each of the attorneys that were involved had latitude to actually, I guess, but it'd be a little more touchy-feely on what we finally chose. But if we were to, we would, if you wish, we would issue a RFP, and then we would, and in that RFP, those entities that have that have open source, they would still have, they still cost money. So they could bid on it, and then we would take a look at what they could provide to us. And what we did, the one entity that we looked at, and their system I looked at, I personally, as an attorney, it didn't fulfill my needs. But what I personally want is something that looks a little bit like Westlaw or Lexis, so that I guess that's because that's how I know how to research and define materials. But we will absolutely look at everything that we think might meet the needs of the office and the legislature.
All right, thank you. Probably have to take some of this as far as pricing goes into executive. Any further follow-up? Okay, If not,
Mr. Chairman,
go ahead.
Matt, again, just before we go to, I would want to say this, that I just want to thank Lily for all the work she's done on this document management system before. We have not been able to get any traction on this before Lily came on board. Jamie and his staff are so busy developing on and working on other projects and on IT issues that come up, primarily the Capitol and remote meetings, that we would have never gotten this far without Lily agreeing to come back and help us with it. I just can't thank her enough for doing that.
Lily, your work has not gone unnoticed. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you. But I can see also we have a long road in front of us getting this sorted out. But you'll help us. Thank you so much. All right, just quickly, Representative Gray, before we go into break.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to make a motion on this SharePoint issue at some point today. Just wanted to get some direction from you. Should we move it to the end of the day or?
Please, I think we need to have some discussion on pricing and so forth. So, but
yeah, sorry, I meant the extranet issue on
okay.
15. You want me to just do it at the end? Will there be a time for motions at the end?
Yes. Do you have a second on this now, or if you did, do you sense that?
I don't know. I just wanted to make a motion.
Go ahead. You have a second, so go ahead.
I just wanted to make a motion to allow unlimited sponsorship on the extranet on and do away with the 15. And as we're evaluating the handbooks, I just think we should make the change and then as we evaluate the handbooks, it'll go in comportment with that.
Vice President Hicks has given you a second.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'll speak on and against this motion. In fact, I'd go the other way. I wouldn't allow any more than 15, period. I think it's, in a way, it subverts the legislative process when you end up having more than a majority on a bill. I think it can dampen the debate, and it makes it assume that the result is going to come out with a pass out of the legislature without ever having gone through the debate or the public comment. And so I'm adamantly against that. In fact, I would go the other direction. Thank you.
I probably share your concerns. Any of the other discussion on this? Go ahead, Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, and while I have a high degree of respect for my colleague from Sublette County and always listen to his wise counsel, I would actually counter that by not allowing people that feel very compelled to support an issue in the form of a bill form that may be very important to their constituents, actually robs them of the ability to represent their strong support for certain legislation. And I don't think, certainly not in recent historical context, have I seen the scenarios play out that the good majority floor leader laid out. In fact, I can point to numerous bills that had large majorities that were never even heard in one house. And so there's more than adequate legislative processes and procedures, if that's a concern, to dispose of that issue. So I do think it's important to allow those people that feel compelled to represent their constituents to sponsor that legislation.
Further discussion, Senator Guru. And then the speaker.
Yeah, I wasn't going to, but that what compelled me. I don't believe that sponsoring a bill makes you more or less responsive to your constituents. I've never heard that before, and I don't agree with it. I echo the sentiments of the majority leader in the House. I think that it's frankly, I think it's more political gamesmanship than anything else. And I think it cheapens the body. And we just had a really good long talk. With all due respect, I think we just had a really long talk about traditions versus rules. This is a tradition that I think we should stick with, and I don't think we should turn it into a rule on and against. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Certainly an interesting discussion, but I would point out that the ability to co-sponsor a bill lies with the originating sponsor offering it to you. So to, I think Senator Hicks' point that, well, you know, it may be an issue that I'm interested in, but if I never got offered the sponsorship, then how would I know? So if the motion is to have a 15 maximum, unless everybody gets offered the opportunity, then that's a different motion. But if it's, I get to offer it to my 18 folks that I know will sign on to it, or 23 or 27, that's a different, I think that's a different outcome. So sponsorship is right now is guided by the principal sponsor. And if we're going to change it, then my question is, are you going to change it so that everybody gets an opportunity to sponsor every bill? Is that the intent? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further discussion, go back to the sponsor. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The motion is, to allow more than 15 co-sponsorships to be sent out. Whether it's everyone, I would think maybe they would build a button just to say everyone rather than go through all 90. But, I think that's a possibility. It's still up to the sponsor, but they will get more than 15 up to everybody. And it's an easy fix. This is already happening with people just getting them on the bill jacket or over email. I mean, frankly, I think it's a process issue because when you just accumulate it over email, it's a lot for bill processing to put together. So let's just house it all in the extranet and just have that sent out to whatever the bill sponsor wants, not put a limit of 15 on it. And I think this rule is really, when they talk about the tradition, it was when they used to send postcards out on the co-sponsorships, and obviously it was an efficiency issue, also the postage cost, but now it's just sort of a clicking a program and the capabilities already there. So I think it's just a good change. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion on the floor then. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? No, and that will be 7 noes, 2 ayes. Thank you. All right, let's move into the lunch break with no further discussion. Did we have any public comment out there, Anthony, I need to be aware of? Okay, apparently not.
No, not at this time.
Thank you, sir. All right, let's move into lunch, folks. We'll take a break for lunch. We'll come back at 1 o'clock. Everybody mute their.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just when you tabulate votes, don't forget that there's 3 of us that did make Cheyenne.
Yeah,
You got so we are raising our hands in various degrees at various times. So be aware of
you're
that.
just your micro dots on my screen. So is there anything that would have changed that last vote, Mr. Floor Leader? Apparently not.
Mr. Chairman, I believe there was 1 for and 2 against here on the.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. All right. Very good then. All right. Thank you, everybody. To mute your mics, put your screens off. We'll be back at 1 o'clock.